On a beautiful Sunday night in the Bahamas, we welcome you to the island of Nassau, the NACAC New Life Invitational, as the road to Paris continues for many of the top athletes in this part of the world. Some big performances we're hoping for tonight here in Nassau. Alongside Paul Doyle, I'm Will Bowling. Pleasure to have you with us here tonight, and a pleasure to have the man himself, Paul Doyle, in the broadcast booth tonight. What's going on, Paul?
Thanks, Will. I'm a little bit out of my element here in this part. I'm usually out on the track, but excited for this meet. New Life Invitational put on by NACAC is going to be incredible. I'm sort of looking at this as a global Olympic trials. You know, we've got the U.S. Olympic trials coming up next week in a few days, and Jamaican trials, Bahama trials the week after that, Canada trials that time frame too. So all these trials are happening, and this is almost like an Olympic trials for some of the smaller nations in the NACAC region that don't have big trials themselves. There's a lot of athletes searching for ranking points here, and it's a lot of Olympic berths waiting in the balance with this meet.
Well, you say you're out of your element. We were talking before this. I said you can understand rocket science sometimes more easily than you can understand the process of making the Olympics. Luckily for me, for all of our viewers tonight, and for track and field fans, you understand this process very well.
I do a little bit, yeah. I'm not a complete expert, but I think more than most anyways.
Well, we are looking forward to a great night of jumping, of throwing, of running here in Nassau, and the weather tonight, 85 degrees. It's been humid throughout the day, and that humidity we hope is going to just subside a little bit and give our runners some very fast conditions to run. We've got two field events that are getting started here this afternoon, the men's long jump and the men's hammer throw. This is Ho Long Ko representing Hong Kong, a personal best of 8-meter 1, 7:58 getting started. This is the first jump here in the men's long jump.
Decent speed and hits the board well. Reasonable extension. Ho Long Ko is one of these athletes that came in all the way from Hong Kong. Actually, there's many athletes in this event in particular. There's very few long jumps out there where athletes can get ranking points to qualify for the Olympics. So they came from all over the world to Nassau, Bahamas to make this happen.
Got a good crowd here. We've got music going. We've got food trucks, ice cream, their drinks. It's an excellent night here, and something that I think this community will continue to show out for throughout the evening in our competition that goes over the next 3.5 hours tonight. As Ho Long Ko gets started in 7:53, his first jump to start off attempt number 1. And Ken Mullings of the Bahamas will be next.
Yeah, Ken is a personal favorite of mine, being a decathlete. You know, I've got a special spot in my heart for decathletes and heptathletes. But Ken is actually the Bahamas record holder in the decathlon, but a very solid long jumper as well.
'27-year-old, two-time national champion for the Bahamas. And in the long jump, this is his third competition of the season and his first outdoors since he jumped 7:69 at the World Athletics Indoor Championships in those combined events. Getting the crowd into it, the hometown long jumper here on his first attempt. And I think our Bahamas athletes will have maybe a bit of a home track advantage here tonight, Paul.
Yeah, I think so. Ken actually trains right here at this track. Throw circles, long jump runway, track, all very familiar to him. It looks like he had a great start.
So our full schedule for the afternoon, we have got everything up to 800 on the men's side. Our high hurdles and intermediate hurdles, there you see the full schedule. The running events will get started with the 4x100s at 7 and 7:10. First half of our schedule right there. And those relays, Paul, are going to be entertaining because we've got some countries who are just right outside of the border to make the Paris Olympics. Jamaican team in there, and a couple of teams that are literally the team after the team that right now will be the last one to go to Paris.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot on the line, and that's another big reason why we put this event on, but we can talk about that down the road.
Absolutely. Including Henry Frayne of Australia, who is 35th in the Olympics rankings quota, coming up as our 7th and final jumper here in just a moment. This is about the halfway point here of round 1 of jumps in our men's long jump.
Great drive out of the back of the approach for Chan. Oh, good extensions, double hitch kick. He seems happy with it.
Comes in with a personal best of 8:12. That is the third best out of this field of 7 in the men's long jump.
Yeah, that 8-meter mark is kind of the gold standard in the long jump these days, but yet the Olympic standard is now 8:27. But a pretty solid opener there, 7:77 for Ming Tai Chan on his first attempt.
Puts him into the lead. This is Tristan James, Dominican Republic, 56th in the Olympics rankings quota, top 32. That's where you want to be going into Paris here in summer of 2024. Mentioned that 8:27 standard. Tristan James, Laquan Nairn, and Henry Frayne will round out the first round of jumps here in the men's long jump. Season's best of 7:85 here for James. Next up on the runway.
And as we make the shift over to the hammer, we're middle of the first round with Isaiah Rogers here from the United States. Trained in Kennesaw, Georgia, just down the road from me.
Rogers, the 14th best American this season. Season's best is also his personal best of 73 meters 73. A field that includes Miguel Angel Zamora, Logan Blomqvist, Isaiah Rogers, Ronald Mencia Zayas, and Jerome Vega, the 5-time Puerto Rican champ, who rounds out our field of 5 in an event with an Olympic standard of 78.20. And a field of throwers right around that 74 to 75 meter mark. This should be a good competition going all the way into the final throws. And guys that have very similar PBs.
And the jump from Tristan James was 7:61, so putting him in second place behind Ming Tai Chan. Laquan Nairn now on the runway. Arkansas Razorback turned Bahamas national competitor here.
45th in those rankings. The top 32 going to Paris. Between the Olympic standard and everyone else in those top 32 from the world rankings in 2024. The oohs and the ahs from the crowd there. As Laquan Nairn with good speed there. We'll see what the mark is.
I'm happy to see Laquan hit the board. I forget what meet we were at only a couple weeks ago, and I found out that he's vision impaired in one eye, which, as vision experts will tell you, that makes you your depth perception off. So hitting the board is a challenge for all these athletes,
Absolutely.
but more so for Laquan. But 7:65 on that jump is a really good start. Then we shift over here to the hammer throw.
And this one should be right around 70 meters for Ronald Mencia Zayas of Cuba. It was, I believe, 64.23 a moment ago for Isaiah Rogers. So starting to get warmed up in that competition in the men's hammer throw. And this will wrap up the first round of jumps in the men's long jump. Our crowd's into it for Henry Frayne, who is 20 points out of that 32nd spot in the Olympics ranking quota. 35th coming into this competition, needing a big day at the office. And another legal jump. Legal jumps for all 7 of our athletes in the men's long jump.
Looks like a reasonable start for Henry. A little bit flat, understandable. He called me about 5 days ago and said, "Hey, I'd love to come jump at this meet." And I said, "Absolutely, we'd love to have you." And he was on a plane within 12 hours.
Wow.
And a 7:69, so just off the lead.
Once again, if you just joined us here at the Cognizant Robinson Stadium, you're here at the World Athletics Continental Tour Silver NAPAC New Life Invitational. We have 2 events going on.
So up to the second round of jumps, Ho Long Ko of Hong Kong started in 7:53 on his first attempts.
To qualify for the Olympics in Paris, France. This is the road to Paris continue.
And he'll get the crowd into it too. I mean, they're here. You got to use them, right?
Absolutely.
Good wind at his back.
Oh,
And our first red flag.
First lead flag in the first wind-aided jump, I think a 2.2 meter per second wind on that one. So that likely made the difference. And it looked like a small foul, but it did look like a foul from here.
Yeah, we want that wind to help us, but not too much.
Exactly. And nowadays it's required to have video review of the boards. It's no longer required to have plasticine, but required to have video review for the athletes to appeal if they feel they didn't foul. Camera's never wrong, though.
That's right. We can tell you over in the hammer throw, we are into the second round of throws after Jerome Vega just threw 71 meters 44. Miguel Angel Zamora, the Cuban, who led off the opening round. He will go again here.
Qualifying standard 78.20 meters. Puerto Rico's Jerome Vega. He's a little off of that standard. His best throw being 75.98 meters.
And here goes Zamora for throw number 2.
You can always tell when it's a good throw when they continue yelling well after the ball is out of their hands.
Gets your attention.
I tell you, the strength of hammer throwers is unreal. You know, I had a roommate years and years ago. He was a Croatian hammer thrower, Andras Haklitz. And he couldn't even bench press 225 pounds, but he could power clean 408 pounds, which is insane.
See, again, you talk about how you're out of your element up here in the broadcast booth. We're talking about Croatian hammer throwers that you've roomed with, and we're 15 minutes into the broadcast, Paul. You got to give yourself some credit. I love it.
Oh, the knowledge is in the brain. It's a matter of getting it out. That's the problem.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, so it looks like Ken Mullings had a improvement there. Slight improvement. He went from 7:16 to 7:21 in a second.
And legal wind as well, 1.8 at his back. That is a number we can work with.
Absolutely. Those are numbers I used to dream about hitting in the decathlon, 7:21. But it's solid points. You know, decathletes, the best decathletes are usually hitting in that 750 range. Some of them, like the Ashton Eatons and the Simon E. Hammers of the world, are always over 8 meters. But that's rare. But a 750 is a solid jump, and I'm sure that's what Ken's looking for.
That was Logan Blomquist, his second throw after Miguel Angel Zamora just threw 68.63 a moment ago. There is the second jump for Kaibon Dawson. Red flag up for him. Bringing us into the 4 final jumps here in round 2. Competition that is moving quickly in our men's long jump. And Ming Tai Chan of Hong Kong, who jumped 770 on his first.
Yeah, he's our current leader, but in a tight competition, only leading by a centimeter over Henry Frayne.
Next up
So here is Ming-Tai Chen for his second jump. Leader in the competition, already close to his season's best of 775. Group of athletes that have all been right under that 8-meter gold standard in the men's long jump.
Ooh, a lot of speed through the takeoff there. Legal win, 1.4. It did feel a little more calm there, but a little bit flat through the takeoff too. I don't think it's going to be an improvement if it is a small one, but he didn't seem too happy with it coming out of the pit.
Crowd continuing to file in here in Nassau. As we get to Tristan James.
Yeah, so Ming-Tai Chen was only 724 in that last one, so he was well under his previous jump, so you could see justified disappointment on that one. You know, guys like Tristan James, I really respect. He's been a journeyman in the sport. Used to compete for the U.S., but about 3 years ago, converted over to Dominica. Trained and lived in Seattle for a long time. Now has moved down to Florida. But always on the American Track League circuit, always competing out there as much as he can. I've never called him and said, hey, do you want to compete? And he said, no, it just doesn't happen.
Trying to improve on 761 right here. And a lot of fouls here on these second jumps. That wind picking up ever so slightly, it feels like, for the second jumps versus the first ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Usually it gets calmer as the night goes on here. Likely by the time we get to the sprints it will be that, but at least it's going in the right direction anyways.
It definitely does feel a lot cooler out here than it did even 2-3 hours ago. It should be a pretty good night for quick times as that humidity hopefully just goes away a little bit.
Yeah, it seems to have left a bit. Send it out to the ocean again.
That's right. So the Quan Nairn and Henry Frayne will wrap up round 2 of jumps here in the men's long jump.
Yeah, they're currently sitting in third and second respectively. But they're all within 2 inches of each other, all within 5 centimeters right now, the top 3.
Jump 2 for Nairn from the Bahamas.
Oh. Didn't really complete that jump. Looked like he had a little bit of a reach at the board. Just barely got his foot onto the back of the board, but he did so by reaching. Often I'm the substitute coach for him at track meets, and unfortunately I can't be down there with him right now. If I was, I'd tell him to move up a foot. The wind has been pretty consistent at mid 1 points. That was 1.5 on that win.
And 731 with the red flag. There is Jerome Vega in the men's hammer throw. Did have one improvement so far through the second round of throws in the men's hammer, where Ronald Mencia Zayas of Cuba just threw 69.84 a minute ago. That was not an improvement for him, but Isaiah Rogers did best his 64.23 from the first round with a slight improvement up to 65.54. Jerome Vega is the 5-time Puerto Rican champion, headlining this field 1 point back of that 32nd spot in the Paris Olympics rankings quota.
Yeah, so he needs this more than ever.
Absolutely.
And you'll actually find a lot of Puerto Rican athletes competing today. Originally, this meet was
Puerto Rico in the hammer throw, wrapping up that last round of throws a minute ago. That was Henry Frayne of Australia in the men's long jump.
Yeah, that was a foul for Henry. So he's still sitting in second place. You get this Isaiah Rogers here now competing. You can see him wearing this Throw One Deep shirt, and that is the track club of Mike Judge, great throws coach out of Kennesaw, Georgia. He actually coaches Daniel Haw as well, who's the top American and number 7 in the world.
So Rogers starting out the final in the men's hammer throw. 3 throws in with 3 more left. So our first final of the day in the field events with the long jump and hammer throw starting festivities here at the NACAC New Life Invitational inside Thomas A. Robinson Stadium.
Little bit of off balance for Isaiah there. You can see him leaning to the left here on that.
Going into the finals, 65.54. Next up, throwing into the circle, 67.19. His best throw. Going into this final, Look West, USA.
So Logan Bloomquist, the athlete that is in 4th going into the final with a best throw of 67 meters 71. There is his 4th throw and first to the final. Heard the best for Rogers was 65.54. Looks like he just improved on that up to 69.71. Back over here in the long jump. Here's Ken Mullings, 3rd jump, looking to improve on his 2nd mark, which was 7:21. Getting the crowd into it. And the talented multi-event athlete will get a legal mark here on his 3rd jump.
Yeah, 7:16 on the first, 7:21 on the second. Hopefully he's got another improvement here. Will be interesting to see if he continues past this jump. As in the decathlon, they only take 3 jumps, so they're not used to doing more than 3. So who knows? He may. I think he's hurdling later, so might be an idea for him to wrap it up after that 7:09 3rd attempt.
And not an improvement for him, which will bring up Kaibaugh Dawson, the British Virgin Islands. Just a minute ago, no improvement for Logan Bloomquist at 67 meters 26 in the men's hammer throw that continues with 2 throws down and 3 more to go here in our final. This is Miguel Angel Zamora of Cuba, currently in 3rd going into the final 3 throws here in round 1 of our men's hammer throw final. And again, you hear the yells as he likes this one. Looking to improve on 68.63. And we'll take a quick break, continue our coverage of the men's hammer throw final and men's long jump here from the Bahamas in the New Life Invitational. And back with more men's long jump here in the NACAC New Life Invitational. A lot of great athletes that have competed in NACAC competition, as you saw right there. Ming Tai Chan of Hong Kong gets ready for his 3rd and final attempts here in the opening part of our men's long jump.
Will, I love that Nat Cat commercial.
Yeah.
There's Daniel Westfeld, who's one of the big-time agents in the sport, manages Mondo Duplantis. He just gets a kick out of the word Nat Cat. He's a funny Swedish guy, and he's Nat Cat. You hear him saying it all the time.
Nice.
He loves Nat Cat and peacock are his two favorite
Perfect.
words. And so, but no, he's a great guy, one of the best agents ever in the sport, and he's managed basically all of the top Swedish athletes through the years, but then other stars like Mondo Duplantis and Mutaz Barsham. So
Decent.
great guy. Shout out to Daniel Westfeld.
Big Tai Chan of Hong Kong, his third jump. With 4 jumps left here in round number 3.
Men's long jump. Follow the energy. Follow that rhythm.
Ooh, looks tight on the board. Yep, a foul. And still a very consistent wind at 1.5. Hope we get these wins for the 100 meters tonight.
Absolutely. If that continues, we've got a great opportunity for some athletes to qualify for Paris and get closer to those critical rankings at this time of the year. And you said it at the beginning of our broadcast, this essentially is an Olympic trials for a lot of athletes today here at the NACAC New Life Invitational from countries like Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Bahamas, and Hong Kong for Hong Long Ko and Ming Tai Chan here in the men's long jump. So Tristan James is up next, 56th in those rankings, top 32 between athletes with the Olympic standard and that 32 number this season in the men's long jump. Heading to the Paris Games here in the summer of 2024. This is Jerome Vega in the men's hammer throw.
Looks like he'll save it and get a restart here on his throw.
And he is our leader going into these final 3 throws in the men's hammer throw. This is his first throw of the men's hammer throw final. And over on the long jump runway, Tristan James will get the crowd into it. Get ready for his third attempt. 761 for him and 4th right now of the competition. I think you might like that one.
Yeah, it looked like a solid jump. Jumping up and down afterwards, so that's usually a good indicator. I had dinner with Tristan last night, and he was telling me that out at Chula Vista last week, he had an 822 jump and was unfortunate enough to have a 2.1 wind.
Oh, man.
So just over the allowable, but still a very solid jump, and it looks like he's in good shape right now. And Mark coming up now.
That was 1.7 wind right there.
And a 779 to take the lead.
There you go.
So Tristan James into the lead.
Close to his season's best as well at 785. That will help him on the road to Paris as well. 56th in those rankings, looking to crack that top 32. And Laquan Nairn is one of those men standing between him and the 32nd spot. 45th in that Olympics ranking quota. 2 more jumps here in round 3 of the men's long jump. And this is one of the hometown jumpers in their home country. You hear the crowd roar here for Laquan Nair in a moment.
Oh, that one looked good, but
Very good.
A little bit behind the board, though, still.
And 2.18 on the wind.
Ooh. So, unfortunately, it won't count for a standard qualifying mark, but it does not matter for the ranking points. So if it's wind aided, they do have wind corrections, so that mark can still count for the ranking. Just won't factor in. If it was an actual 827, it wouldn't count. But whatever it is, it's the leader. It's a 783 jump. So top jump of the competition. Things are starting to heat up.
And that brings us to Henry Frayne of Australia. 20 points in the rankings system from that last spot in the top 32. As you watch Isaiah Rogers of the United States on his second attempt in the men's hammer throw final, 5th throw overall.
Yeah, another throw where he lost his balance a little bit. But I know he's a powerful guy. He had really great indoor season. I believe he finished second at the U.S. Indoors to Daniel Ha when Daniel Ha broke the world record in the weight throw. And that's another foul for Frayne. So 769 opener and then 2 fouls.
Yeah, the win was legal that time. It was 1-8. That is ideal if that continues tonight. But just barely over.
They just announced 65-54 for Isaiah Rogers, his best, but I know his coach won't be happy with that. Mike Judge told me that he feels he's in 76, 77 meter shape right now. But very obvious visible imbalances right now with him. So hopefully in the 6 throws he'll get his act together, get his feet under him.
And he does have one more, but this is a new best he just threw a minute ago. 71 meters 50 for Isaiah Rogers. And that puts him into the lead. Right in front of Jerome Vega at 71 meters 44. So that was throw 5. He'll get one more. And Logan Bloomquist of the United States is up next.
Looked like a solid release for Bloomquist. And that one also looks out over the 70 meter mark.
And he has been right at 67 meters all afternoon. Again, there is our full schedule. Our running will start here within the half hour. Men's and women's 4x100s, including a Bahamas team in the men's 4x1, ranked 41 in the world. Trinidad and Tobago, the last team in that group of 16. Trying to hold on at 38.3 or better that mark here tonight.
Yeah, so 68-40 for Bloomquist on that last throw, so approaching that 70 meter mark.
And by our calculations, that is his new best at 68.40.
Now, Will, you mentioned Trinidad and Tobago heading on to that last spot in the relay. We've got African Championships coming up next week. The Europeans just finished, so the African Championships, I believe there's a few African teams that haven't qualified, so they're here to secure their spot. They could be bumped out. And meanwhile, the Bahamas women's team is one spot out. They're 17th, or tied for 17th. I know Liberia's right there with them as well, and they're running at the African Championships next week. So it's not that Bahamas needs to bump up just that one spot. They need to improve their time as much as possible to make sure they don't get beat by Liberia the next week.
And that is certainly why we are continuing to hope this wind stays like it is. 4x1, obviously, a little bit different in that than a just straight-up 100 individual event. As you see there in the men's hammer throw, round 2 of this final 3 throws finishing up. That was Miguel Angel Zamora.
Now, based on the divot there, it was right next to Bloomquist. I think it's going to be right around 68 meters.
So the best 2 jumps in the men's long jump were the last 2 legal marks, Laquan Nairn and Tristan James at 783 and 779. Through 3 rounds of jumps in the men's long jump.
And a little bit of a halftime show going on in the long jump while they reorder. So they're going to go from last place to first place on the next 3 jumps.
So Zamora, not an improvement for him. He's been right around 67 and 68 all night. That will bring up the talented Puerto Rican thrower, Jerome Vega, in a moment, right after Ronald Mencia Zayas of Cuba.
I always used to get the Puerto Rican and the Cuban flags mixed up until I started managing Jasmine Camacho Quinn, and she will not let me get them mixed up anymore. So it's blue in the triangle for Puerto Rico.
That's right.
And red for Cuba. So that's the cheat sheet for everybody at home.
Their two jerseys, too, look like a home jersey and an away jersey of, like, the same team, because you've got the blue tops with the red for Cuba and then the red tops with the blue on the kits for Puerto Rico. You see the perfect side-by-side look right there between Vega and Zayas going toe-to-toe here in this competition.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see later on tonight the Paula Vasquez from Puerto Rico as well. She's the number 2 hurdler in Puerto Rico behind Jasmine, and she has a legitimate shot at making the Olympic team. I believe it's 12.77 is the automatic standard, and she's run 12.91, but in the ranking quota, she's inching her way up there. She had an unfortunate national championships on Friday in Puerto Rico where the skies opened up and the rain started pouring right before the hurdles. So she won, but didn't run a fast enough time to improve her ranking. So she was hoping to get a lot out of this here.
And that is the really tricky part of this for countries that are not like the United States. And that national championships is not only a time where you're battling for position, trying to finish in that top 3, but you're also trying to do so as quickly as you possibly can. And this process that is so different depending on the country, depending on the athletes and the events like that. A bad day of weather, too much wind, or maybe too much wind in the wrong direction as well into your face. It just totally changes such a intricate and delicate process.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's not all that many competitions these days for a lot of the field events and a lot of the other events that are, I guess, considered a little bit more obscure. I remember back in 2017, Jarian Lawson long jumping at the U.S. champs, and he'd jumped massive jumps, I think in the 840s, and unfortunately though everything was wind aided, so the whole year he hadn't had a non-wind aided meet, so he wasn't actually qualified for the Worlds. So he had to sit on the back of the runway and wait, not for the wind to pick up, but for the wind to die down, so that he could get a legal mark in. And he did, and he got the mark and went in and medaled at the World Championships. So, but if they had just had a little bit more wind that day, he wouldn't have got to go.
Right.
You know, it's the smallest little intricate details have so much of an effect on the outcome of things here. So it looks like Mullings is going to continue in the long jump here. The decathlete going for his 4th attempt. I think, after 7:16, 7:21, he liked the way it was trending, but he hit a 7:09 on that next one, and I think he wants to redeem himself and end with a better one than that.
So 3 more attempts for the, we'd call men's long jump final. Mentioned Henry Frayne, 35th in that rankings quota. 3rd best Australian here in the 2024 season. At 1,184 points and 1,204 is that 32nd and last bubble spot, you would say. 5 points ahead of that would be 31st at 12:09. So trying to put a different mark onto his 5 for the year that add those points together and get him closer to 32.
Yeah.
So here is Mullings, 4th jump. 6th place going into these final 3 jumps.
And you're talking about Henry Frayne essentially having to improve by 20 points in order to get up to the 32 quota. It's 100 points here for winning, 100 bonus points for your performance, and every performance has a certain number of points. So he basically needs to take his bottom score out of the 5 off and replace it with one that's 100 points higher, and he will then have a 20-point jump in his average and make the Olympic team. So in order for him to do that, he's going to need to win this competition and jump close to 8 meters, and that will bump him up. But you never know what's going to happen next week, too.
Right.
There's quite a few athletes we have competing here tonight that just don't have 5 marks in the window. There's Alana Jurkic of Australia and Sage Walker, both of them in the 400 hurdles, and neither of them have 5 marks. So there's probably a lot of girls out there looking and saying, we have a chance of being in the quota, and then all of a sudden 2 more athletes pop up and bump you down 2 more spots that you weren't aware of. So it's not a exact thing here. You see what's on the quota, but there are people that don't even appear in the quota yet.
It was Ho Long Ko of Hong Kong, his first jump of the final round in the men's long jump. Final round meaning these final 3 attempts. That was attempt 4, and a red flag coming up. Here's Bloomquist's 6th and final throw of the men's hammer throw. Going to get back over that 70-meter mark.
Yeah, he keeps hitting right in that same range. On that one there, he was good out of the back of the circle. And on his last turn, he kind of shied away from the throw, as opposed to keeping his chest tall and throwing all the way through and getting long with the arms at the release. So I don't think he's going to be happy with that throw.
So Frayne will be up next in the men's long jump. He is 4th behind Ming Tai Chan, Tristan James, and Laquan Nairn. This is your top 4 that will jump in that order. In descending order here in the men's long jump. 4th attempt here for Frayne. His best jump was his first one, 769. That was followed by 2 fouls on attempts 2 and 3. And that 5th mark that you talked about for Henry Frayne is a 782 that he is looking to displace. And that was at the Oceania Athletics Championships just a couple of weeks ago.
That looks like a better jump. Oh, red flag. It must have been a small foul. It looked like he had it in there.
And the wind has totally died down as well. That was 0.5 at his back. We were up around the 1.7, 1.8 range just a few minutes ago.
I think he's finding his rhythm, though. That would look much better on the runway and better speed through the takeoff, a little more pop off the board. So hopefully he gets it together on this next one.
Couple throws left in the men's hammer, and you see right there, I think Zamora liked that one.
He sure did. He certainly wins the gold medal for post-throw celebration.
It's been right at 68 meters, just peppering that line through his first 5 throws. And Ming Tai Chan is up next. 770 is his best mark. That was on his first jump, only trailing Tristan James and Laquan Nairn. Here in this 4th round of jumps of the men's long jump. And again, you see the speed from Ming Tai Chan and the white flag this time. That's the first time since that second jump he's had a legal jump. And a minute ago for Miguel Angel Zamora, I believe that was an improvement, 69 meters 61. And we're into the final few throws there in that competition where Ronald Mencia Zayas of Cuba will be next. 70 meters 73 is Zayas's best throw. And we've just got 2 throws left in our men's hammer throws. Zayas followed by the leader, Jerome Vega of Puerto Rico. And we've seen a lot of first throws be best marks and last throws be best marks in this competition so far. So Tristan James up next. Second of the competition, 779, his best here today. After the 750 just a moment ago by Ming Tai Chan of Hong Kong. Legal mark. And for James, that's going to be a 750. Same exact jump as Ming Tai Chan just a minute ago. 70 meters 87 just a moment ago for Zayas. Brings up Jerome Vega for one final throw in the men's hammer throw. So you've got the last throw in the men's hammer. And this is one more here for Vega. Trying to best 71.50, take this thing on the final attempt. Into the long jump, Laquan Nairn will tell you about that in just a moment as Vega gets ready to toss this thing. And into the cage. So a bit of an anticlimactic finish to our men's hammer. So Isaiah Rogers at 71.50 will take the men's hammer throw. Jerome Vega was second in 71.44. And at 70.87, Ronald Mencia Zayas rounds out the top 3. So Isaiah Rogers of the United States at 71 meters 50 is our first winner here of the competition in the men's hammer throw. So Kybon Dawson begins the 5th round of jumps in the men's long jump after a foul a minute ago from Laquan Nairn. No improvements in that first round of the men's long jump final.
And I'd love to see that Isaiah Rogers shaking the hand of every official that helped here. You know, shout out to our officials that are volunteers at the track for hours and hours and hours upon hours. So couldn't happen without them.
They are braving the humidity as well, just like our athletes. Get a lot of steps in working a hammer throw.
You absolutely do. I know when I work these track meets, unfortunately not tonight because I'm in the booth, but normally I have about 30,000 steps on those days.
Wow. Yeah, this is the cushy, easy stuff up here, Paul. You just don't get too comfortable. You're going to fall in love with it.
Yeah. Well, there's a good shot of the bouncers, you could say. The post-meet party tonight, they're going to be the bouncers.
Improvement there for Kybon Dawson of 7:51 in the men's long jump. And Ken Mullings going to go again here for a 5th jump. Currently in 7th. Best jump was his second one at 7:21.
Another one tied on the board. Looks he got the white flag. Hometown officials, you know.
That's right.
No, I can't say that. They gave Laquan Nairn one a foul when I thought it was clean. So
Legal win there again, 106 at Ken Mullings' back.
Okay, Paul, I'm here on the field.
I know.
At the completion of the men's helmet throw, USA, Isaiah Rogers, you're the champion. So Isaiah, tell us about how you feel. How's it being in the Bahamas?
Maybe.
So Ho Long Ko of Hong Kong is up next. His first jump was his best, 7 meters 53. Get the crowd into it. Crowd that is continuing to file in here inside Thomas A. Robinson Stadium in Nassau. Second jump in the final and a red flag up for Ho Long Ko. So again, Ho Long Ko will take a look. And Henry Frayne will get ready next. Fouls on each of his last 3 jumps. Going to lock back in here. Opened up at 769.
Yeah, Henry Frayne in the twilight of his career was an 8:34 jumper at his best. That's his personal best. That would be enough to put him onto the Olympic squad for Australia. Hoping for a big jump here.
The 34-year-old who was 7th at the Rio Games. Runner-up at the 2012 World Indoor Meet. An outstanding career representing Australia.
Yeah, I remember about 15 years ago, he was talking to me about coming to the U.S. to go to college. He was back and forth between Texas and Texas A&M and ended up picking neither in the end.
Decent options,
Yep.
you would say.
Yep. Yeah, track and field powerhouses.
Absolutely.
At the time, I believe Bubba Thornton was still the head coach. And then, of course, Pat Henry, who's been there my whole professional career.
As a white flag up for Frayne. So first time since his first attempt that he has got a legal jump.
So Henry's actually checking the iPad to see where he was on the board, even though it was a legal mark. Just constantly factoring, engaging in. But again, the calm win. But that jump for Henry Frayne looks like it was not an improvement. It was 7:53, but not too far off his previous best for the day.
Confidence boost going into the final jump for him. That'll come up in the next round. Ming Tai Chan of Hong Kong gets his 5th attempt here, looking to improve on 7 meters 70. Back in his first attempt. Attempt 4 a minute ago was 7:50. So here comes Ming Tai Chan, attempt 5. And that one looked pretty good.
Yeah, Ming Tai Chan 770 in the first round is still holding up as his best. 750 on the last attempt after having a not so great second attempt and a foul on the third. And that one is right back up there close to his best at the 765.
Not far away, 5 centimeters off. As Tristan James will continue into the final 2 jumps in round 2 of our men's long jump final. And we've got running events on the track starting in just a moment as well, with these 4x100s that are going to get started here in just a minute. We'll stay here with Tristan James. There is James with a red flag on his penultimate jump with Laquan Nairn on deck. So there's a look at our men's 4x100 introductions for that field coming up in just a moment as we get started to run here in just a moment at the NACAC New Life Invitational here in Nassau.
Fly away.
From Nassau, we welcome you to the NACAC New Life Invitational. Will Bowling, Paul Doyle here with you in the broadcast booth. This is our first running event of the afternoon, the men's 4x100 meter relay. In lane 8, you see Haiti, Trinidad and Tobago, 16 on that Olympic ranking quota, the last qualifying spot, looking to improve on 38.3. Antigua Barbuda, Bahamas, loud noise when their Bahamas team was introduced there in the middle of the track.
I'm looking forward to seeing this Trinidad team. It's Trinidad has some serious depth down there. A lot of these guys are just emerging names that I haven't heard of, but already running 38 low in the 4x1 is impressive for a bunch of guys that are just emerging. But there's been some incredible talent out of Trinidad over the years.
And we are watching Trinidad in lane number 7, looking to improve on 38.3. A clean start of the men's 4x100. And in lane number 7, Trinidad and Tobago, the first team to hand off. The home side, the Bahamas to the inside. Making up some ground here on leg number 2. It is even, those 3 teams on the outside. Trinidad and Tobago with the advantage. But here come the Bahamas, with Haiti running in lane 8. Anybody's race. The anchor legs will decide it. Bahamas on the inside. Trinidad with good speed on the outside. And the Bahamas at home will take it. And the crowd loves it.
Absolutely. What a great race. Pretty solid exchanges all around. A little bit of a hesitation on the anchor leg for Bahamas, but he hit his top speed. McCoy will be showing up later in the 100 meters running in that anchor leg for Bahamas. Looked pretty impressive after getting the baton a little bit late or a little bit slowly, but still nice solid win at 38.89.
And 38.89 will move the Bahamas up to the 30th spot. And the men's 4x100, those top 14 teams from designated competition qualifying for the Paris Games, plus the next 2 qualified by the top list. That's Brazil and Trinidad at the moment. But there's a lot of competition left in this track and field summer that will shuffle those numbers around quite a bit, we expect.
I think Trinidad will be watching the African Championships very intently, holding on to that last spot. They better hope that if anybody runs faster than 38.3, that they're already ahead of them.
Right.
There are 14 teams that qualified at the World Relays here just a few weeks ago, but there's only 2 spots. It's very cutthroat now with this ranking system, or the World Relay system, rather, to qualify athletes. So at each round you can, in the World Relays, you can qualify automatically. I don't know if you got to watch it, but they're holding these Paradise to Paris signs when they made the team in all the rounds. So anyway, so 14 teams are qualified. There's only 2 teams that can get in on time.
Paradise to Paris, a perfect way to put it. And that is what we are adding to here all afternoon as Ken Mullings continues here in the men's long jump. That is his 6th and final attempt, and it is a legal one with legal wins.
So it's a double order today for the decathlete. Usually only doing 3 jumps, but he took 6 today.
You think about the process of training for hopefully a summer games, for a national championship. You would know, I can't imagine what that process is like for multi-event athletes who are trying to peak at the right time in so many different disciplines.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's a matrix you have to figure out, and it's odd sometimes because decathletes, they're average in most events. They're not necessarily good enough to be invited to the Diamond League meets or the top meets and that sort of thing. So the options are a little bit limited for them. You'll see decathletes and heptathletes competing at a lot of open college meets through the years and whatnot. So I was just working last night on Aiden Owen's schedule. Aiden Owens DeLerme from Puerto Rico is a medal contender coming up at the Paris Games in the decathlon. Already scored over 8,700 points this year. And he's going to do a small meet in Belgium, pick 3 or 4 events in Kortrijk, Belgium. And that's going to be his final tune-up for the Olympic Games.
Wow. There is Ho Long Ko. A foul in the 6th and final jump for him. And this is the man we've been watching in the men's long jump because he came in ranked the highest out of this field in Henry Frayne. 35th in that rankings quota. He'll get one final jump here.
Sorry, I shouldn't be the one saying that.
So one more jump for Frayne.
It's
legal.
Put everything into that jump.
Yep. Trying to see what the wind reading is over there as well.
It definitely feels legal. I don't think there's been...
1.4.
1.4.
So we'll update you on if that was an improvement for Frayne quickly. It was not. 7:43 or 7:47, so Frayne finishes at 7:69. That is his best today in the men's long jump.
And now this Bahamas women's relay team, this is their last attempt to qualify for the Olympics. Coached by former double Olympic gold medalist Pauline Davis, the athlete of the century from the Bahamas for the last century. We've got a couple of the college girls back and added into the relay. They've just missed it at the World Relay, so they're, like we say, one spot out. An improvement to, I believe you have the time there, what they need to hit is about 42 low, I think, 42.12 or something like that. They need to bump out the 16th and 17th teams.
Yep, coming in at 42.85 right now. That is the last spot, 42.85. Bahamas coming in 20th at 43.17. And they'll stand them up and start the process over. It is Belgium who 5 days ago ran 42.85 in Rome. They're right behind Spain in 42.84 in those last two spots in the women's 4x1.
And right there at 43.15 is Liberia, who will run next week at the African Championships. And I'm in tight with the Liberian team, and I know that they, at the World Relays, they had a really bad exchange on their second exchange that cost them at least a half second. So they've got 4 very capable girls. So I think really if Bahamas wants to get here, they're going to have to eclipse Spain in the number 15 spot, 42.84.
It is razor-thin margins. Spain, Belgium, China, Liberia, and Cuba in the way of the Bahamas team. Taking aim at 42.84 here tonight.
And they're going up against an international all-star team. That's the countries of Ivory Coast, Dominica, USA on the anchor, Bahamas on the third.
Moriel Lahore Demps getting started for the All-Stars team as the Bahamas race there right of their inside. First exchange is a good one. And the home crowd will motivate them through. Again, looking for 42.84 of Spain. That would be number 15 in the world this year and putting them right in that Olympic picture. Slower exchange on the second time through.
Looked like third athlete left a little bit early, but they did get the baton off.
And a great final exchange for the women of the Bahamas. They will win the race. They race against the clock now, needing 42.85, and they're just over 43.5. So the Bahamas first to the finish, coming in ranked 20th at 43.17. It's 43.59 officially here tonight on home soil.
That's going to be a bittersweet victory. Great to take the win, but of course they were looking for a lot more on the clock.
And you see that final exchange. It was a great one.
Yeah, they lost a little bit on the third exchange. I don't think it was going to be enough to convert it, to get their time down. You know, they would have had to been about 0.7 of a second faster. They lost maybe a quarter of a second on that second exchange, but anyways, solid effort and solid win in front of the home crowd.
Go ahead.
So there you see the results. All-Star team at 44.7, 43.59. And over in the men's long jump, Laquan Nairn is finishing up his competition. It has been Nairn and Tristan James going back and forth. Nairn with a 7.83 that was slightly wind-aided, but allowing him to take the win here in this competition. 7.46 a minute ago for Tristan James, who was in second coming into this final 3 rounds of jumps.
Okay, I'm here with 2 of the 4.
And here's Nairn of the Bahamas,
2 of the 4.
getting the fans into it and getting ready for one final jump, looking to improve upon 7.83 and hoping to get legal win in the process as well.
Just tell us how you feel.
Laquan looks like he's got about an extra half pound of sand on his legs right now.
He sure does.
I don't know if that's going to help him or not, but let's hope for a big jump here. Be nice to finish off with a big one in front of the home crowd. Oh. Not too happy with it, just barely off the back of the board.
Of course, we still have enough time, June 30th, to put in some time.
Legal jump, but not what he was looking for, obviously, based on his reaction.
And we got a little gust of wind after that jump as well that would have helped. And not an improvement for Laquan Nairn, who finishes at 7 meters 50, but has enough to take the competition in 7.83. Another Bahamas athlete taking the win here in our men's long jump. And men's long jump and men's hammer throw, the first two field events getting started and finished here at the NACAC New Life Invitational.
Okay, so tell us what's up next for you.
So, Paul Doyle, we got a little bit of time. About 10 minutes until the men's 400-meter hurdles. We've got a pretty good showdown coming up in this next event as well between Gerald Drummond and Shaquem Hall-Smith.
Yep,
You take a look at the full schedule events. This one is going to be one of our excellent races of the night.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Shaquem Hall-Smith just won the Edwin Moses Legends Meet just over a week ago in Atlanta. Obviously the marquee event of the Edwin Moses Meet, and he took that in a personal best victory, going under 49 seconds for the first time in his career. And he's going up against Gerald Drummond, who was the surprise winner at the Diamond League at the Prefontaine Classic. So there is about 7/10 between their PBs, but who knows in front of the home crowd how much they're going to lift Shaquem Hall-Smith. So looking forward to that race. There's a bunch of other good races tonight. This one has a little local flavor in it for sure.
So the NACAC New Life Invitational here in Nassau, from paradise to Paris, is what we hope for our athletes competing and throwing, jumping, and running here throughout the evening. We're with you for the next 2 hours and change. Weather conditions tonight, 85 degrees, supposed to get down to around 83 or 82 by the end of our competition, but it is that humidity that continues to fall a little bit, and that wind that has been in a good position, Paul, for some fast times tonight, if that continues the way it did for much of the long jump. Yeah,
that'll be great. Seeing the wind reading on the 4x1 is still up there on the results board at a 2.4. Generally in the Caribbean, as the night goes on, the wind tends to calm down a little bit. So if we can get that just a hair under 2 meters per second, we'll be looking good. It's a very fast binding track, and only resurfaced a couple years ago. So we should have perfect conditions for these athletes. 82 degrees would be nice.
So there you see the men's 400-meter hurdlers getting ready out there. Volunteers putting the hurdles onto the track. My first time here in the Bahamas. Very impressed with, first of all, the fans that have come out, that have made noise, that will continue to as they watch their Bahamas athletes compete here at this NACAC New Life Invitational. But it really is paradise everywhere you look around this island.
Oh, absolutely. It's a beautiful stadium. This is the first track meet I've been at this stadium in 24 years.
Wow.
I was here for the Bahamas Olympic trials back in 2000 when I was coaching Pauline Davis. But I made the point earlier talking to Pauline. She said, "You remember being here, Coach?" I said, "Absolutely I do. It was 24 years ago." And the biggest difference, there were no hurdles back then. They had no hurdles on the island. So they had no hurdle events, and I remember I think they had 3 guys in the 5,000 meters.
Wow.
Right? But no hurdle events at all. And now Bahamas has three women qualified for the Olympics in the hurdles, including Devin Charlton, the world record holder for the 60-meter hurdle. So the country has come a long way. They were already great in the sprints back then, but as things have developed and they've got more equipment and facilities, the athletes have excelled as a result.
It is incredible, too, right now in this event specifically, and really I don't know what it is about hurdles on the track, but around the world in this sport right now, the 400-meter hurdles, the 100-meter hurdles, the 110 hurdles, this is a premier competition in world track and field at the moment on the men's side, especially on the women's side. If you watched Sydney McLaughlin in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago run at the time the world lead in the women's 400-meter hurdles, the event where obviously she is the world record holder, but just something about hurdles going on the track right now. There's something in the water.
Oh, it's been unbelievable. I think, Karsten Warholm sort of paved the way to let people open up their minds and realize what is possible, and I used to say years ago, I said this actually at the press conference to Sydney McLaughlin, that years ago I was thinking this is when the world record was about 52.5 seconds. I remember thinking and doing the calculations and thinking, you know what? Women should be able to run 51 high in the 400 hurdles. And sure enough, they've done that and more. And it's becoming quite the norm that women start to run in the 52. And I actually did a lot of the calculations on what Sydney is capable of, and saw, after her 48.75 in New York in windy conditions, I have to believe that going sub 50 is possible.
Oof. Wow. It is certainly unbelievable. You get generations in track and field that change the concept of what is humanly possible, and it does feel like we have got a golden generation of hurdlers right now at the 100-meter distance, 110 and 400 that are challenging that.
Yeah, women's 100 hurdles as well.
Absolutely.
It's off the charts. Lolo Jones, who's going to be competing next week in, what is it, her 5th or 75th Olympic trials?
It feels closer to 75, doesn't it?
If you count the bobsled, I think it's getting up there. But you think about, she ran 12:43 at her best, her PR in her career. Nowadays, that's lucky to finish top 3 at NCAAs.
Right.
It's just the events have gone to a whole new level. So looking forward to this matchup race. I know we've talked about Shaquem Hall-Smith and Gerald Drummond, but let's not forget about the man front and center on the screen there, Aldrich Bailey. He's been consistently running 48-second runs. He's, in my opinion, the best lane on the track, lane 7. One person outside of you. It's got the most forgiving turns to still have someone outside of you. But I think it's really going to be a 3-man race between those guys. And, let's see if the hometown crowd can lift Shaquem Hall to victory here.
And that is the 3 on the track as you look at him right now in the men's 400-meter hurdles. Aldrich Bailey with a personal best of 48.55 and a season's best of 48.82. He ran that back at the Drake Relays. A couple of years ago, he was 7th at the U.S. Championships. Didn't race it last year. 9th fastest American this year, 46th on that Olympic ranking board that we'll continue to talk about throughout the evening. And you need to be top 40 in this event. It is Danny Brand who, by world rankings right now, holds that last spot. The Swiss athlete in the men's 400-meter hurdles. You see Shaquem Hall-Smith right there in the blue, black, and yellow. That is the signature look for the Bahamas. 27-year-old who is the 3-time defending national champion in this event. And Paul mentioned the personal best he ran in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago. Of course, a meet named after Edwin Moses is going to give you very fast times in the 400-meter hurdles. 29th fastest time in the world this year. And right now, Shaquem Hall-Smith is in that top 40 where you need to be in order to go from paradise to Paris. 36th in that world rankings quota. And then Gerald Drummond, winner of the Prefontaine Classic in lane number 5 right there. The 3-man race you mentioned, 29-year-old who has the Olympic standard from the Pre-Classic, an Olympic standard of 48.7. Drummond has got it, made the semifinals of the World Championships last summer, right outside the top 20 times in the world this year in 2024. So those are the 3 main characters in this story. Olympic standard again of 48.7. That is within reach for Shaquem Hall-Smith and Aldrich Bailey. Shaquem Hall-Smith has not run that. His personal best 48.79 we mentioned, but oftentimes you get that one big personal best, a second one follows right after it, and we think these might be some pretty fast conditions tonight here in Nassau.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you look at the flags around the stadium, they are blown with a little bit of a headwind on the back stretch, but that's much better than having a headwind on the home stretch when you're more fatigued. So these guys will know how to control their run through the wind on the back and still have a lot coming home. So yeah, the temperature's perfect. It's not too hot. The sun has set and it's starting to cool off a little bit, but it's certainly never going to reach what we would call cold.
Yeah, right.
So
considering the amount of events you have done, I've got to ask you the basic track and field question as we watch the 400-meter hurdles. Is this the hardest event in track and field?
Oh, boy. I say yes.
Okay.
I do think it is. I think everyone comes down to this or the 800.
Right.
And I've only run an 800 once or twice in my life. And
Thankfully, me too.
I don't care to remember those, but I've done a bunch of 400 hurdles, and I remember finishing an 800 and thinking, oh, I had more to give. I've never finished a 400 hurdle race and thought I had more to give.
Fair enough. I'm putting you on the spot here. You might be betraying some friendships maybe you have in events or athletes that are doing the 800 and not the 400 hurdles, but I don't know. You come up here in the booth with us, we're going to put you on the spot. We're going to put that knowledge to the test.
That's okay. I can apologize after. So.
All right, we're about ready for this men's 400 hurdles.
We'll have a quick interview.
You can definitely feel the atmosphere picking up in the
Yeah.
stadium. You know, no one ever accused the Caribbean people of being on time, so you know, the 6 o'clock start time is more an idea.
I don't know which friendship you're just betrayed more, 800 runners or Caribbean people.
No, they know it. They know it. I'm not telling them anything they don't know.
Paul Doyle making no friends tonight here at the NACAC New Life Invite. And here is our full field in the men's 400 hurdles. Malik Smith is in lane number 3, representing the Virgin Islands.
Representing the Virgin Islands, he's a two-time national
Just saw Gerald
champion.
Drummond running in lane number 5, the winner of the Prefontaine Classic that earned him the Olympic standard. That is 48.7. He ran 48.56, just off of his personal best of 48.11.
Lane 4.
The hometown hero, Shaquem Hall-Smith of the Bahamas, the 3-time defending champion of this event, representing the Bahamas in lane number 6. Aldrich Bailey of the United States, looking to improve on a season's best of 48.82 that he ran at the beginning of the season at the Drake Relays. And on the outside, you've got Marvin Williams of Jamaica, rounding out this field in the men's 400-meter hurdles. Our first individual event on the track tonight. Over the next 2 hours, everything from 800 and down. And a couple of 4x4s as well. Looking forward to a fun night here at Thomas A. Robinson Stadium at the NACAC New Life Invitational. Our first gun of the evening is imminent here in our first individual event.
Yeah, we're starting off with a saucy one here with the pre-classic champion versus the Edwin Moses champion. So looking to see this.
Shaquem Hall-Smith, the man with a personal best a few weeks ago. You will hear the roars as long as he leads from the fans here at the Bahamas.
If he runs this race like he did in Atlanta a couple weeks ago, he's going to be out the whole way. He was in lane 8 and never saw another person in the race. Now at least he's got 2 people outside of him. Hopefully runs his own race still.
Shaquem Hall-Smith sandwiched by Aldrich Bailey and Gerald Drummond. A clean start of the men's 400-meter hurdles, and over that first barrier, it is the hometown hero in Shaquem Hall-Smith out to the early lead. Down the backstretch, looking very strong, already making up the stagger on the American. Bailey to his outside, halfway home. And you see the long strides of Shaquem Hall-Smith, now being caught a bit by Aldrich Bailey to the outside as Bailey simultaneous over the hurdles with Hall-Smith. They make the turn for home, and on the outside, it's the American Aldrich Bailey with the advantage, followed by Hall-Smith. Drummond rounding out the top 3. This is still anyone's race. And the pre-classic winner, Drummond, with some speed late. He won't have enough to catch Aldrich Bailey, who takes the win.
That's an impressive run by Aldrich there. Very consistent this season. He's been cranking out high 48s, low 49s pretty consistently. Looks like Shaquem Hall-Smith had a little bit of trouble at some of the hurdles there. Had a big reach at hurdle number 7, which not only slows you down, but it kills your momentum. You slow down, you have to re-accelerate, and that's what fatigues you in the last 50 meters. And I noticed Drummond actually had a couple of issues as well, chopping his step at a couple of the hurdles. So A.J. Bailey took advantage of that, ran most consistently, and took the win.
49.47, Drummond second in 50.02, and Shaquem Hall-Smith rounding out that top 3. And you see the difficulty of the 400 hurdles that we were just talking about a minute ago. This is always a difficult interview to do after a win.
Yeah, and A.J. Bailey, or Aldrich Bailey, as most people know him as, I knew him as A.J. before, he was a 400 runner and decided to convert to the 400 hurdles. One relative of his was Tondra Buford Bailey. Tondra Buford Bailey is his aunt. She was number 2 all-time at one stage in her career. She actually, I believe it was at the 1993 World Championships, finished second, but was under the previous world record.
So let's say hello to the third member of our team, Philippa Arnett Willie, who is downstairs with our winner, Aldrich Bailey.
It's okay. I'm happy that I'm back to be able to come here to the Bahamas. I haven't been in a while, and I was really good friends with Chavez Hart. I love my boy. I don't know if you guys can see, I got him on my sleeve. So I'm happy to come back, race in the Bahamas, and see this beautiful country.
That's awesome. So again, we're here with Aldrich Bailey. So Aldrich, tell us what's your plans now between now and June 30th? How many more races? What's next?
No more races. I was just trying to get one more rest buster before the trials, but we're going straight to trials. Trials are in 11 days for me, so get ready for it.
Okay, well, awesome. We're going to wish you all the best at the trials and hope to see you. Road to Paris for Aldrich Bailey. He's your champion here at the New Life Invitational here in Nassau, Bahamas, with Chavez Hart on his arm. 242 to the world.
Philippa, Aldrich Bailey taking the win.
And that was a nice tribute. I was unaware he was wearing that on his sleeve. Chavez Hart was a former Bahamian athlete that was killed in a car accident, I believe, a couple years ago. Real nice guy, and it obviously was friends with Aldrich Bailey, and that's a really nice tribute coming here.
Chavez Hart. We lost Chavez last year.
So the men's 400 hurdles transitions us now to the women's 400-meter hurdles. As the crowd will hear that story as well. We just heard from Philippa and give Aldrich Bailey some love as well.
Yeah, and I apologize. It was not a car accident. It was that he was actually shot and killed in 2022. But yeah, he was a real nice guy. I think he was just caught in the mix of something he was uninvolved in, and obviously came away very unlucky. But looking now to this women's 400 hurdles, there's a lot here at stake. Sage Walker on the screen right now is one of these athletes I mentioned before that's going to be a sneak attack, right? She is not in the world rankings, and people are unaware that she's about to enter the world rankings. So she needs she needs this run here, and then 2 runs at her national championships will give her 5 that will put her into the world rankings. And Alana Jukic here as well is in the exact same scenario. She chose not to run the 400 hurdles at the Australian Championship. She chose to run the 400 to make sure she had her spot on the 4x4. And I believe she is 2 races away, this race and 1 more race away from having her 5th to be in the rankings. And then Cassandra Tate, the favorite here in this race, the 2015 world bronze medalist with a PB of 54.01, has run, I believe, 55.02 this year, so about a second off of her season best.
And 55.02 is very close to the Olympic standard of 54.85 in this event, the women's 400-meter hurdles. And Alana Jukic of Australia, this is her 5th race this season in the women's 400-meter hurdles. So we've got 2 athletes getting ready to hop into those rankings. In the women's 400 hurdles, the entry number 40 for the Paris Games. And we've got a lot of speedy runners over the hurdles here in this field. Unique Hayes Smith, Sage Walker, Gianna Woodruff, who was 7th in Tokyo, the 30-year-old, was also 7th at the Eugene World Championships, opened up in her season's best at the Drake Relays. She's got the Olympic standard already. Alana Jukic, Cassandra Tate, Michelle Smith.
And Michelle Smith is one to look after. She's a teenager, 18 years old, and already run 55 high this year. Her brother just ran in the men's 400 hurdles there, but I'm expecting a lot out of her today. She's had steady improvement through the year. As I said, only 18. When they're young, they improve quickly, leaps and bounds. So looking forward to her result here as well.
And Michelle Smith at the moment is 39th in that world rankings quota. So the way things stand right now, she would be headed to Paris at 18. And what an achievement that would be. Ran her personal best to finish 2nd behind Sydney McLaughlin in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, and that PB 55.96. As you see, Tia Adana Bell on the outside, rounding out a spectacular field of women's 400-meter hurdlers here inside Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. And And it's a clean start in the women's 400-meter hurdles. Couple of athletes that will enter the world rankings with a clean competition here today. And it's Cassandra Tate of the United States who is off to the early lead, the 33-year-old who's finished in the top 8 at 2 different world championships. She is running very quickly down the backstretch in the all-black there on the outside. It's Tate with Jukic right behind her. Woodruff there in lane number 4 as Tate continues to add speed. It's a little bit of wind there on this big turn here in Nassau, but it is Tate who will have the advantage as they sprint into the home stretch. Jukic right behind her in second. Sage Walker, the 3-time Canadian champion, is trying to make up ground there on the inside, and here comes Walker with Jukic and Tate. This is anybody's race as Jukic now sprints into the lead. She timed her move perfectly and wins it.
Looks like a personal best, 55:33 for Alana Jukic. That's going to really help her chances to qualify for Paris. 100 bonus points plus a personal best. I think that's putting her right up there on the going to enter the rankings right around number 40 with that.
Walker second, 55.86. So for Jukic now, she's got a 56.95, a 57.53, 56.62, a 55.67 in Powder Springs, Georgia a week ago, and now 55.33 to enter that world leaderboard and attempt to head to Paris here this summer.
All right, now you mentioned it. You mentioned Powder Springs, Georgia, so I got a little trivia question for you now.
Okay.
What U.S. Olympic gold medalist lives in Powder Springs, Georgia?
Oh goodness!
And we were talking about her earlier today.
All right, that's a good it's a good hint. Oh, current. Can you give me the year the Olympics were run?
Oh, Tokyo.
Oh goodness!
Current Olympic champion.
Currently training in Powder Springs. Give it to me.
Current resident, Katie Moon.
Katie Moon, that's right.
Yeah.
We were talking about her earlier today.
And the reason I know that is because I also happen to live in Powder Springs, Georgia. She's right down the road from me. But I tell you, the two athletes that just went 1-2 in there, Sage Walker and Alana Jukic, they were the two that needed this the most. They're the two that needed the ranking. They needed the points. So great job for them.
So that is the women's 400-meter hurdles. And coming up next on the track, we will have the men's 400, and that will be at 7:45 coming up in just a few minutes. And a special shout out to our volunteers who are getting the hurdles off the track and keeping things moving very quickly here in Nassau. So lots more still to come here from Nassau. We've got a couple of field events to tell you about that will start in just a few minutes. 400 on deck. A quick break in our coverage here from Nassau. It's the NACAC New Life Invitational rolling right along here on a Sunday night. Bowling, Paul Doyle, Philippa Arnett Willie is downstairs as we continue here in Nassau at Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. Got a couple of field events that are getting started here in just a moment. The men's high jump has 10 athletes in it, including 2007 world champ Donald Thomas, Luis Joel Castro of Puerto Rico, who is currently in that rankings quota for the Paris Games. Top 32 in the men's high jump between the Olympic standard and the rest of the world rankings up to the 32nd spot, advancing to the Paris Games later this summer. And the women's long jump getting started here in just a moment as well. Paul, a couple of good fields in these field events that are going to get going here in just a few.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to these field events, filling the gaps between these awesome races. The high jumper that you mentioned, Luis Joel Castro from Puerto Rico, that's in the quota. I think he has a future in politics. I've had a lot of interactions now in Puerto Rico, and he is just sort of the ambassador of Puerto Rico in track and field, and everybody loves him. He's kind of like the equivalent of Vernon Norwood in the U.S., right? Yeah. Everyone loves Vernon Norwood. Speaking of that, his event is coming up. But Vernon Norwood and Joel is about the same.
So the field events getting started here in just a minute. The men's high jump, the women's long jump. Tasana Hickling of Jamaica, 26-year-old, three-time national champion, headlines that field. She is the defending Jamaican champion. And she is just outside of that rankings quota in the women's long jump. And that full field of 8 that is warming up close to the big crowd that is on hand here down the backstretch. Apologies for the technical difficulties. We are back live here at the NACAC New Life Invitational. Will Bowling, Paul Doyle with you, and our great crew getting us back up and operational once again here, getting ready for the men's 400 meters here. Paul Doyle coming up in just a moment.
Yep, performance is so shocking they knocked the power out.
We said that a couple of our runners surged down the final stretch. I guess they caused a power surge down the final stretch where we are sitting.
Absolutely. Well, luckily we didn't miss any events. We only missed a couple of intros. But we are back up and running, starting off with the men's 400 here.
And in this men's 400, you've got Evan Mafilis, 25-year-old, ran his personal best last week. On the inside, we'll start on the outside, though. Yuki Joseph Nakajima of Japan, 42nd in the quota rankings. Here in lane number 8, Michael Joseph is in 7. Emmanuel Bamidele of Nigeria ran the Olympic standard back in August of 2023. His season's best is 44.88, the 2023 NCAA outdoor champion at 400 meters and 4x400 for the Florida Gators. Alonzo Russell in 5, Runa Desharna in 4, Daquan Butler in 3, Ezekiel Suarez rounding out that field in lane number 2.
Set.
Off and running in the men's 400, an Olympic standard of 45.00. And a clean start there, lane number 5. We're looking at Alonzo Russell of the Bahamas with Emmanuel Bamidele of Nigeria running very well in lane number 6. Down the backstretch they go. It's Bamidele, the 2023 NCAA outdoor champion, the Florida Gator with a headband on, running around the curve. And this is still anybody's race. They will make the long turn right here for home as Bamidele battles with Alonzo Russell to his inside. There's Desharna. And way on the outside, Nakajima of Japan will lean at the line and take it. Yuki Joseph Nakajima with a very strong finish, 45.49, just ran into our picture and ran over the line first.
Great run for the LA-based Japanese athlete. Had some difficulties travel getting in here. Happy to see him take the win despite a little bit of fatigue in his legs from difficult travel. But long way to travel. Didn't come from Japan, but came from LA, which isn't that much closer. A great finish there.
So Yuki Joseph Nakajima, who is currently in that world rankings quota that would get him to Paris with a 45.49. That won't be one of the best 5 marks for him as he prepares for hopefully a Paris Games. But sitting right there in that top 48 that would send him on to the Olympics later this summer.
Throwing third, representing Jamaica.
Now, you mentioned which events are the hardest. The 400 is not an easy one either, but at least he didn't have to jump over 10 sticks. But, you know, those hurdles are 36 inches at the start. I swear they're 42 or more when you get to the home straight. But great run there for the Japanese athlete.
And that is what the pain of the 400 looks like right there.
I always hate to have the next event on the track and witnessing what they're about to feel. You know?
So we're getting in the stadium here inside Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. The intros for the women's shot put. Inside jump, women's long jump getting started as well. And there is the big personality of Raven Saunders. It is always fun getting to watch her compete, and I think she loves playing to the fans and to a stadium like this, doesn't she?
Absolutely. Raven is a big personality. I had the honor of getting to do a 12-hour drive with her one time from Fayetteville, Arkansas to Birmingham, Alabama, and it was an eventful drive for sure. and it was a through the night type drive as well. So it was, yeah, it was a great. After a competition in Fayetteville, we hit the road and headed all the way back to Birmingham, and I learned a lot about her. But incredible athlete, incredible person, and just always love to see her back competing. She's making a comeback after having a whereabouts issue that kept her out of the sport for a little while, but excited to see her keep improving and get back to where she was when she won the Olympic silver medal in Tokyo.
Yep, Tokyo silver, 5th in Rio, 4th at her last U.S. Championships in 2022. As she continues season's best of 1917 for Raven Saunders, battling with a great field of women's shot putters, including Jessica Ramsey, ranked 15th in the world this year, the 2021 U.S. champ, and Portia Swarren of Trinidad and Tobago, that excellent field. In the women's shot put, they get started in just about 4 minutes at 8 o'clock local time here in Nassau. Next up on the track, though, it is the women's 400 meters. And Bahrain's Salwa Eid Naser, Paul Doyle, is a world champion in 2019 at 48.14, a 2017 world silver medalist. Her season's best this year is 50.98.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how the Bahamas crowd reacts to her, because in 2019, you may remember, she beat Shawnee Miller-Weibo to the gold medal, which was unexpected in Doha. But she also had a whereabouts issue with her and a ban, and she's coming back from that and doing quite well. She's been a bit all over the place as far as her performances, but she's a girl that likes to get out of the blocks, and she will. I'm almost sure she will be leading at the 200-meter mark, and the other girls trying to claw her back.
So Candice McLeod is on the inside in 2. Donna Stavern of Canada. There is Salwa Eid Naser, the 2019 world champion. Leah Anderson of Jamaica, a 10-time Big East champ at St. John's. The 24-year-old Jamaican will be in lane 5. She ran her personal best on May 11th in her second race of the season in 51.22. Cherokee Young, Paula Moran, and Amanda St. Louis. Our field in the women's 400.
Yeah, look to 4, 5, and 6. I think Cherokee Young had a little bit late start to her season, but she's coming back into form. Paula Moran has been knocking off season best one after the other.
Clean start on the women's 400. The 2019 world champion sharing the track with an excellent field of long sprinters here in the Bahamas. And Paula Moran, the 10-time national champion, gets off to an excellent start there, running on the outside in lane number 7, side by side with Cherokee Young in the bright orange. And the gold, that is Leah Anderson. Look at the slight edge to Young, side by side with Moran, who are outside. But here comes Salwa Eid Naser. She was a bit more conservative in the opening 200 meters than we expected, and Eid Naser will have pole position as they make the big turn for home here in Nassau. Salwa Eid Naser sprinting very, very strongly, the 2019 world champion. A different strategy for her tonight. And Salwa Eid Naser will take it, a race against the clock, and she'll be close to a new season's best. And it is 50.96 by 0.02 of a second. That is a new season's best for the Bahrain athlete who already has the Olympic standard. A slight improvement for her this season here tonight in the Bahamas.
Definite change in strategy from Atlanta 2 weeks ago, where she was out hard and had a really tough last 50 meters. At least Paula Moran actually was in that race in Atlanta and beat her, so there's a little over a second difference between them tonight. So she is definitely on the improvement. So I'd say watch out for her in Paris as she starts to round into form.
So Salwa Eid Naser qualified by entry standard for the Paris Games. We will see her later this summer. And more of those athletes that will continue to put themselves in position. Cherokee Young and Paula Moran currently within that top 48. You need to go to Paris at the moment. As you see how she finished here.
On the runway now, getting ready.
Yeah, it's interesting. Paula Moran took a different strategy as well. She's usually more conservative at the start, but she took it out. She was out in lane 7, ended up becoming the pacemaker for the field. But she took it out where she's normally relatively conservative and has a lot coming home. Still finished strong coming home, but didn't have as much in the tank as she normally does.
One-time national champion.
So next on the track will be the men's 100.
Jumping third,
As more of our field events get started here as well. Your 8 o'clock starts for the women's shot put. And these are our long jumpers.
Great multinational field here in the long jump as well. You know, when we changed the date because of the weather, it deterred a lot of the Americans from coming, unfortunately, because we're now in the men's long jump. There were about 5 Americans that were supposed to be there, but we're only 6 days away from the men's long jump out in Eugene, so they decided to rest and be ready for that. But the same thing happened in the women's, but there's a lot of athletes here that need the points. The 2 Puerto Rican athletes jumped on Friday, flew here Saturday, and ready to go here today.
We will take a quick break, get you back for more here inside Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. You are watching the 2024 NACAC New Life Invitational. Tell you what, Paul Doyle, that makes me want to go sit on the beach here in the Bahamas. Maybe ride a horse.
Absolutely. Lenny Kravitz, I think he'll be out there, I'm sure.
You go horseback riding today?
I did not today. I did nothing but prepare for this meet today. But yesterday I did have a little chance to at least hop in the water and go for a swim.
Well, here on the track, we have got lots of action still to come. And here is Raven Saunders, the women's shot put, getting started.
Solid first row for Raven there. I think the COVID pandemic started a fashion trend for Raven. She stuck with it.
They come. And the second half of our schedule, we've got 2 heats of men's hundreds, followed by 1 heat on the women's side. 1 distance event, the men's 800, coming up in just under a half hour. And then as the sun totally goes down here in the Bahamas, you will get some twilight sprinting. A big 4x400 for a couple of teams, and hundreds and 200s only after 8:40. And it is incredible, Paul, how late it gets dark here because sun still has not completely set. We're kind of in the twilight area of night here at 8 o'clock and still got a little bit of light left.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're about 186 miles east of Miami.
Yep, not to be exact.
But so you figure, I don't know what that gives us, an extra 20 minutes or so of sunlight. But yeah, we've got the great lights out here anyways. I always love the twilight hours, and as things calm down, it's my favorite time of day, and I think it's also the time of day you get the best performances. So hopefully that's going to continue tonight. I do notice that the flags are, every one of them is pointing in the right direction in the stadium, so we should have a nice little tailwind for all the events, but not too much of a tailwind, I think. I think it looks like it will stay under the legal limits. So looking forward to some fast sprinting.
Always a very big deal as a high school runner. The first time you go from every meet is at 9 a.m. or at 10 a.m. and then all of a sudden you're asked to run at night for the first time was very exciting for a young 16-year-old Will Bowling at one point.
Oh, absolutely.
So those lights are on, and it is almost time for some men's hundreds. And our excellent group of volunteers will take the blocks down there. And we're going to see in the second heat of that men's 100, Wanya McCoy of the Bahamas, who was 6th at the NCAA Outdoor Championships for the Florida Gators, the 2024 SEC Indoor Champion at 200 meters. A lot of young, either collegiate stars or recent collegiate stars in this men's 100, and programs like Florida who have recruited this area of the world very well.
Oh, absolutely, and it's paid off. I know last week Coach Holloway won another title and another runner-up position. They won the men's title with one of the lowest point totals ever.
Right.
And then
very competitive.
Yeah, and then we're second place in the women's to an incredibly strong Arkansas team. Chris Johnson and his brother Boogie Johnson doing an incredible job there with the sprinters and hurdlers. 4 women on their squad under 50 seconds, which is unbelievable. The girl who finished 4th ran a time that would have been the collegiate record just 3 years ago.
Crazy.
Yep. And they smashed the record in the 4x4, as you might imagine.
Oh, yeah. It is incredible. It does seem like Arkansas and Florida are those two NCAA teams that consistently recruit in the Caribbean better than anybody.
Yep.
Those are the two teams that are consistently winning more championships than anybody as well.
Yep. Throw LSU in that mix,
Absolutely.
too.
Yep. Good
yeah,
call.
Yep, they've got a lot of Jamaicans on the team through the years at LSU as well. This is Tiffany Huey in the long jump. I know Tiffany's not her official name on the sheet, but that's what she goes by when she's talking to Americans.
Huey, the fifth jumper in this field of 8. Chantel Malone will be on deck, 32-year-old who was 7th at the 2017 World Championships for the British Virgin Islands.
Coached by Dwight Phillips in Atlanta. Dwight Phillips, former 4-time world champion and Olympic gold medalist in the long jump, so he knows a thing or two about the long jump. Got a great squad of women long jumpers down there.
I will remember that the next time you ask me which coaches out of Atlanta. Obviously, I already knew the Dwight Phillips one. I've met him and watched him coach in Atlanta before, but got to be ready for your trivia the next time you throw something out.
That's right.
So here's Chantel Malone. Season's best for her is 6:53.
Not a bad jump, just at the back of the board.
And a legal start for Malone.
She's a well over 7 meters at her best back in a few years ago when she jumped. I believe it was 7:08 in that range there. But so lots of talent there. Long legs can tend to lead to long jumps, so she certainly has that.
Here you see the perfect picture of our setting here inside Thomas A. Robinson Stadium in Nassau. National Stadium right next door where the World Relays were just held. And Thea Charlton of the Bahamas is up next. And here you go, another Florida Gator.
Another Florida Gator and another trivia question. Who is her sister?
That would be Devin Charlton.
You are correct. Devin Charlton.
Got one right.
The world record holder in the 60-meter hurdles and world indoor champion this past year.
4th at the NCAAs. Thea Charlton.
For the NACAC New Life
After Chantel Malone opened up in 6:07 just a moment ago. And a clean jump for Charleston on her, or Charlton, I should say, on her first jump.
For the men. That will be followed
Yeah,
by
that Charlton
the
family is incredibly involved in track and field here in the Bahamas.
That will be an exciting lineup as well.
The mother and father both coaches. Actually, the mother, Lauren, was worked with Pauline Davis at McDonald's when they were both teenagers.
Wow.
And went on to incredible athletic feats and administrative careers in the sport.
So the men's 100 is making their way down to the start line. And in the women's long jump, we are still in the early stages.
Dominica starting off with the jumps. That's Mariah Toussaint. She'll be followed by Puerto Rico, Paola A. Fernandez.
Over in the shot put, there is Jess Ramsey. Still the first couple of throws in the women's shot put competition. See if we can get a reading on this one. Would be the second throw for Ramsey. Number 15 in the world this year. And that would bring Raven Saunders up next. 18:05 there for Jess Ramsey, who has season's best of 18:83. Best personal best of this field of 20 meters 12.
At the men's 100 meters here.
And there is Saunders. Second throw.
Your competitors running in lane 1, representing Trinidad and Tobago. He's a national champion, Commonwealth Games silver medalist, and a NACAC under 23 champ.
And Saunders will just be on the outside. That 18-meter mark took a beating.
Yeah, I once was told by Christian Cantwell, one of the great all-time shot putters, that when an athlete actually throws their best, it should be just down that left side of the sector, but not quite that far out. But I know Reese Hoffa, who was one of the best ever, 9 years in a row ranked top 3 in the world, he used to throw out at the University of Georgia, and if you looked at the left side of the sector, there was a massive divot there from all the throws he had put through the years out there.
Lane 4, representing the Bahamas. He's a two-time Bahamian national champion.
So we've got 2 sections of the men's 100.
Silver medalist.
And the faster of the 2 heats will be the second one.
Give it up for the Bahamas. Samson Cobra. Lane 5. He's at Texas Tech. Ranked 62, 2021, 3-time national champion, 3-time NCAA indoor champion, Terrence Jones. Lane 5.
So we are expected to see here a group of 7.
Representing Jamaica, Ashley Smith.
Got Keon Benjamin, Isaac Joseph, Samson Colebrook, Terrence Jones, Ashani Smith, Darren McQueen, and Carlos Brown.
Lane 7.
And Samson Colebrook is the 2021 Bahamas champion. He's run 4 wind-aided races this year, a 10.2 season's best last year in Nassau for the man representing the home country there, Samson Colebrook, in lane 4.
Carlos Brown Jr. Those are your B finalists in the men's 100 meters, lined up and ready to go.
And Will, the Bahamian people take their track and field serious. I know I was talking to one of the taxi drivers on the way over, and he said it's their #1 sport. And to prove that, I've just been informed that the Prime Minister has arrived at the stadium.
Wow.
Yep.
Outstanding. So this is an A-list event at the NACAC New Life Invitational. And it looks like we've got maybe a little bit of conversation about who goes in what heat here. And I was curious because a runner in lane 1 that's not on my list, that's Jazeel Murphy.
Is it? Oh.
Who is here in this field. So Murphy will run in lane 1 in addition to the field of 7 we told you. A full house here in the first section of the men's 100.
No, I think it's A. No, it's Colebrook. Yeah.
So Benjamin, Joseph, Colebrook, Jones, Smith, McQueen, and Brown. And Jazeel Murphy, the late addition, the Jamaican, running down there in lane 1.
Yeah, I think Murphy set his blocks thinking
Yep.
that he was supposed to be first, but he's actually in the A section, which comes second. It's counterintuitive.
We had it right.
A and B.
On your mark.
So this is B section of the men's 100. Ready to go. And a clean start. You'll hear the horns for Samson Colebrook running there in lane number 4, being pushed by Terrence Jones right to his outside, running in lane 7. Darren McQueen with good speed as well, but it'll be Jones of the Bahamas as well, running in lane 5. 10-13 plus 2.0 wind at their backs in our first of 2 sections in the men's 100.
That's a heck of a run for Terrence. Really great top-end speed at the end of the race. You could see it come out. The tall athlete had good rhythm all the way through the finish line, rode a perfect win to what's likely one of the best times of his career.
10:13 for Terrence Jones. His personal best, 9:91, but that is a 2/10 season's best for the Bahamas sprinter, who will take the first of two sections here in the men's 100. And here's a second look.
Yeah, great run by Terrence Jones all the way through the line. He actually had not a great reaction to the gun, but a decent start. Hit good positions, drove his feet back into the track right from the very start.
So Terrence Jones is the winner with one section down and one more to go. And you'll see some excellent speed, young speed. Rikkoi Brathwaite, Omari Lewis, Wanya McCoy, Devin Augustine, some of the young sprinters on display in the A section of the men's 100. And there you see the sixth place finisher at the NCAA Outdoor Championships just a few weeks ago. Wanya McCoy of the Bahamas, running on home soil, wearing that Florida Gators singlet. The three-time defending national team champions in the NCAA on the men's side.
I'm excited to see Wanya McCoy here in lane 5, who just ran the excellent leg on the anchor leg of that 4x1 relay. Nice little warm-up for him. But he also had great top-end speed. Let's see if he can match the performance of Terrence Jones here.
From just a week ago, feels like 2 weeks. Omari Lewis is on his inside in 4. The Liberty Flames sprinter, and Devin Augustine, the Big Ten champion from Minnesota, is in 6. Clean start and a good one in lane number 3 for Rikkoi Brathwaite. It's even, and McCoy has ground to make up. Stepping through the middle phase and right at the line, a blanket finish. McCoy closed very strongly.
Yeah, just like his countryman Terrence Jones in the last heat. Great top-end speed for McCoy there, just like he had in the 4x1. Speed kills at the end, the top-end speed. You know, the guys like Noah Lyles, Andre DeGrasse, they all have it. That's what you want. That's what wins the races. Everyone works on the start, but the guys who come through with the top-end speed are the ones that tend to win the races. And look at that. We had another perfect win, 2.0.
Still waiting on times.
Oh, sorry, realizing that's the previous heat still showing up there with the 2.0.
The suspense builds.
Well, it was a tight finish. I can just see over my shoulder here, looking at the finish line photo. That's going to take them a little while to sort it out.
Yeah, they are still looking at it.
I think the first place was pretty clear, but there's a lot of confusion as to the other places. But here's the replay.
Yep. About as close as it gets. I mean, take your pick here. Looks like McCoy did just barely get it, and there it is, 10:06. Wind legal for Wanya McCoy, just off of his personal best, but look at how close those results are right after it.
Yeah, 10:06, 10:10. 4 thousandths of a second. Now you know what took so long.
Yeah. So the Florida Gator on home soil defends his home turf, and he'll take a victory lap. And McCoy is in that world rankings quota. That'll help, certainly. Having one of his best times of the year to add to his list.
Now, similar to the U.S. trials, though, he has to come back here to the Bahamas in 2 weeks and run at their trials and still place top 3. But if he does, he will be on the Olympic team. But based on that run, I don't think he should be worried right now.
So that concludes the men's 100. And the women are ready to go up next. Right on the outside, Fiordaliza Sofil, Cecilia Tamayo Garza of Mexico, Sade McCreath of Canada, 27-year-old, who ran her season's best earlier this week. The 2023 National Indoor Champ at 60 meters for Canada, 65th in the quota places. Vladimir Torres of Puerto Rico, the national record holder of Puerto Rico in 11.2 and 5. Joella Lloyd, who ran the Olympic standard in May, 11th fastest runner at the NCAA Champions, competing for the University of Tennessee. Camille Rutherford, Anthea Charlton, and Muriel Ahore Demps, the veteran from Ivory Coast, there on the inside. Lead started a quick one for the Puerto Rican running in lane number 5, Vladimir Torres. Here comes Joella Lloyd running in lane 4. Side by side with Camille Rutherford, and Lloyd will take it at the line. A great run for Joella Lloyd, the Tennessee Volunteer who has that Olympic standard, 11:15 wind legal.
And as you said, great start for Torres, but coming over from Puerto Rico yesterday, a little bit of fatigue in the legs didn't help her finish the race too well. But great performances there. Camille Rutherford in second place, coming up strong. Ahore Demps with a massive season best. Very talented athlete at her prime, but getting up there in the years. But she's been improved by about more than a quarter of a second in that race right there.
It came in at 11.3. As you see another look.
We ask everyone, please, have a moment of silence.
Great turnover and rhythm through the line, 11:14. Great result, 1.6 wind again. Perfect conditions here.
May she rest in peace. Renee Sunshine Davis contributed.
So after a quick pause here in the Bahamas, we continue in our next event up on the track. Scheduled to start any minute. It will be the men's 800 with 8 runners scheduled to compete in that competition. 2 trips around the track here inside Thomas A. Robinson Stadium in Nassau. And you hear the crowd cheering as Wanya McCoy comes up here to greet the Bahama royalty sitting over here near us.
Yeah, it's always great to see the Bahamas crowd out supporting their own. This is a great event to have here. It was a last-minute put-together event because the NatCAC Championships were canceled this year. And because they were canceled, that gave one less qualifying opportunity for the athletes of the region. So we felt obligated to put this on for the athletes. It literally could affect whether they make the Olympics or not. And it was very necessary. So the Bahamas government supported us. Department of Sports and Culture came on board and supported this event to make a great event and opportunity for these athletes to get to Paris.
Mentioned Prime Minister Philip Davis, all of the folks with the Bahamas, Bahama Tourism being great partners for this event, the NatCAC New Life Invitational, allowing these athletes to, kind of like we said, for a lot of this part of the world, have a semi-Olympic trials here in front of us tonight with an hour left in our competition and lots more running and jumping still to come.
Yep, absolutely. And it's great opportunity for athletes in this part of the world, but also open the doors to the rest of the globe, with Australia and Hong Kong and Japan making their way out here.
Getting ready on the track here on the stage.
So up next on the track, it'll be the men's 800. And again, you've got a bunch of quick collegiate runners who are beginning now post-collegiate work and continuing to aim for the Paris Games. From Dominica, you have Denick Luke, 23-year-old who is making his season debut in the 800. He ran 147.62 last year. You have Jose Francisco Murcia Cruz, Joel Forbes from the Bahamas, and a personal best that is from earlier this year of 149.29. Olivier Demuel of Canada is a 24-year-old who raced the 4x400 for Penn State at NCAAs. Ran his collegiate personal best in the prelim of his Big Ten Championships run earlier this year, 147.29. There is his Penn State Nittany Lion teammate, Handel Robben, who will be right side by side with a man that he has shared the track with many a time up there in State College. Robben, 46th in the world rankings quota with a best run this year of 146.08 to go with his full season workload. And Luis Peralta right there will be in 5, just finished his sophomore year at Oregon in the prelim round of the NCAAs. Ran his personal best of the Pac-12 prelims in 2021 of 146.13. And right there to his inside, you see Joel Forbes. You see our entire field in the men's 800. And a good group.
Yeah, absolutely, and we could have the answer to your question, because one name that does not appear on the start list down in lane 2 is Marvin Williams, the Jamaican 400-meter hurdler that's pulling double duty and coming back to run the 800. He will just be the pacemaker, but he might be able to tell you how difficult this event is after running the 400 hurdles.
Great point.
Yep, but he's supposed to take the field out in about 51.5 through 400 and try and go all the way to 500 meters. Setting this up for a 145 race.
Olympic standard 144.7. That's blazing fast.
It is.
That's the point, but it is certainly.
Yeah, it was a couple years ago, World Athletics changed the qualification system, that it's no longer just an A standard and a B standard, and it's not all on times. It has this world ranking system to determine who gets to go. They want to encourage athletes to compete at the bigger meets that get the sport more exposure. So that's the incentive behind it. But it's also made it a little bit difficult for some. There's a lot more. You need a lot more involved in getting the qualification than there used to be.
So Handel Robben in that world rankings quota with the season's best in this field at 146.08. Pair of Penn State Nittany Lions going head-to-head here in our men's 800. 84 degrees. Humidity has dropped quite a bit from when we got here this afternoon. It has turned into a pretty nice night with the lights on and the sun down to run quick over a half mile. Absolutely.
The sun went down rather quick.
It did.
And it got pretty dark here, but these lights are beaming as you know, this is the warm-up track, so they haven't really spent a lot of time keeping the lights up. So the past 2 days, the workers have been out here replacing light bulbs and making sure we have enough lighting out here.
And it looks excellent. So we are ready to go in our men's 800. And trying to figure out what the delay is here. We are just like you. And it looks like we need cones set up after they break in down on the backstretch. As men's high jump continues over there on the first curve as well. these runners will try to stay loose here for a momentary delay. A delay that will be over here in seconds as they'll run the cones over there. Volunteers continuing to work hard in the heat and humidity themselves.
Well, now that we have a minute here and we've got this logo in the upper right corner of the screen here, the Caribbean Track League. It's not officially a Caribbean Track League meet, but what we are launching next year will be a Caribbean Track League. And this is just sort of bring awareness to it. We're hoping to have 6 meets across the Caribbean through April and May. Island hop from Wednesday to Saturday with different competitions, and we've interest from Cayman Islands, Puerto Rico, Bahamas, Jamaica, Grenada. So quite a few possibilities. Even Guadeloupe and Martinique have expressed some interest, and those are the meets 25 years ago when I started as a manager that I first went to, and there's always been incredible meets in the Caribbean. The most passionate fans in the world come out in these Caribbean meets. But there's never been any structure to the competitions here. So what we're trying to do is bring structure to it, get everybody working together, develop a whole league with a point system and all that, and get that off the ground in 2025, leading to the 2028 games.
I love it.
And someday we have to host an Olympics in the Caribbean.
That's right. Oh my gosh, could you imagine?
I think it'd be tough tickets to get a hold of.
Oh, wow.
Because I think everyone in the world would want to make their holiday around it.
I mean, this stadium that's right next to us would just be absolutely packed to the brim of fans from all around the world, and especially this part of the world.
Yep. They'd have to add about 100,000 temporary seats if they could.
Right. This is, for this part of the world, what the NFL is in the United States.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It is the dominant sport, and it is so fun to watch these fans just get so into it.
One of my favorite track meets I've ever been to is the Boys and Girls Champs in Jamaica. And it is like the Super Bowl there. But here we go.
All right, men's 800. Couple of Penn State Nittany Lions going to go head-to-head. Handel Robin and Olivier Demuel wearing hips 6 and 7 here in this men's 800. The Olympic standard is 144.7. Handel Robin finds himself 46th in that world rankings quota. And he'll go right behind Luis Peralta and our pace setter there up front. And Peralta right there on the inside of that rail in lane number 1 with Robin on his outside, Demuel right behind him.
And Marvin Williams doing a great job pacing, his first ever pace-making job, and he's done exactly what we've told him so far, is trying to hit 51.5 here at the 400. Pulled the guys through in about 52 flat, and he looks like he's on pace to do that.
Pace is hot. Handel Robin is leading proceedings halfway through, and the pace was perfect for Mr. Williams.
Yeah, 51.6, pretty much exactly what we asked for. He'll get some more jobs.
So Handel Robin, a season's best of 146.08. He is on pace for something very quick here and looks strong as he continues to set the pace. You get the look down the backstretch there. Demuel, his teammate at Penn State, is right behind him with Luis Peralta in there too. You've got Denick Luke making his season debut, the 23-year-old here in the 800. But this is Robin still running smoothly out in front. And Robin, eyes on the prize, his head up as he looks up at that big board, trying to hold on to this lead. Now here comes Denick Luke running around the outside. Luke stride for stride as Robin recognizes there's trouble coming behind him. This was a close finish, and Robin will narrowly take it. Pace was very quick through 400. They come through around 147.6, the initial reading.
Well, these guys are all still on their feet, and the 400 hurdlers were on the ground. That might
Point 400 hurdlers.
Yeah.
147.53, the winning time for Handel Robin. Denick Luke, 147.64.
I had the privilege a couple weeks ago after the Edwin Moses meet. Anna Hall was didn't get enough out of just doing the high jump and the 100 hurdles the night before, so she decided she wanted to do a 600-meter time trial the next morning after the event. And Addie Wiley, one of the top American mid-distance runners, decided to hop in with her and a few of the girls from the Atlanta Track Club, including Olivia Baker and them. And we watched all of them do this 600-meter time trial together. And the thing that stood out the most was how different their warm-ups were and how different their cool-downs were.
Absolutely.
Anna Hall's cool-down was lay on the track for 20 minutes, and the other runners were up and doing strides before she even stood up. So.
Wow. Let's go downstairs where Philippa is with our winner. Guys, for the technical difficulties there. Let's see if we can back to Philippa in just a few minutes. After our men's 800, and Handel Robin with a great run there to take it. The women's 100-meter hurdles is on deck. And right in the middle of the track here, Paul, will have a great battle. Charisma Taylor is the hometown hero, got the Olympic standard in mid-April. Another Tennessee lady volunteer who was 6th at the World Indoor Championships in the 60-meter hurdles.
Yeah, I love the 100-meter hurdles, one of my favorite events. Akcera Nugent, who's competed rather sparingly this year, is one of the best ever to do it in NCAA's PB, I think, 12:36. Winner of the NCAA championships against Masai Russell, some of the best ever.
Yeah.
And then Paula Vasquez, the one I mentioned earlier in the program, huge Olympic qualification implications here. She ran at her national championships 2 days ago in a downpour and unfortunately didn't get to help her score. But she has a huge opportunity here to improve her score or even hit the qualification time. She has a 12:91 PB from this season, and she needs to hit 12:77 or get in the rankings quota. So, yeah, really exciting race here. Kayla Robinson, also a perennial sub-13 girl. Looking forward to some great performances tonight.
The NACAC New Life Invitational continues. There have been a lot of excellent athletes to compete at the NACAC level. Take a look at this as we get you ready for the hurdles. NACAC New Life Invite continues with the women's 100-meter hurdles. The 3-time NCAA champion for Arkansas, including last year outdoors, Akcera Nugent, running in lane number 6, representing Jamaica. She ran her season's best earlier this year of 12:52 into a headwind in mid-April. Was second at last year's Jamaican championships. 12:43 is her personal best. She could run something very quick right here.
Oh, the conditions are set up in prime for a fast time tonight in the women's 100 hurdles. I think the wind has calmed down just a bit. We're seeing over the women's long jump, winds about 0.8 plus 0.7. That's perfect. The women don't necessarily want to have really big tailwinds behind them because it pushes them up on the hurdles. But I think we've got prime perfect conditions here, so let's see what these girls can do tonight.
There is the full field. A full house in the women's 100 hurdles, and a loud roar for the hometown hero, Charisma Taylor, we heard just a moment ago. But Akcera Nugent, the headliner in this group, running in lane number 6. And Paula Vasquez, the 4-time Puerto Rican champion, including the last 2 races in this event, ran her personal best on April 20th at 12:91. She is 48th in the rankings quota places. She is 11 points out of 40. That would put
That's your lineup for the
her,
100
based off of her
meter
world
final
ranking,
of the women's hurdles.
into a qualifying position for the Paris Games. And the time that Paula Vasquez is trying to replace is 13:44 in her 5 average in the qualifying period for Paris.
That should be well within her reach in these conditions.
On your marks.
So Akcera Nugent of Jamaica, the runner to watch in 6, the 3-time NCAA champion for Arkansas.
Yes, sir. Set.
Clean start of the women's 100-meter hurdles, and first over that first hurdle is Charisma Taylor, but here comes Akcera Nugent. The 3-time NCAA champion makes it look easy. Initial reading is 12:05 for the Jamaican, and it is 12:54 for Nugent, just 200ths off of her season's best.
Very solid run there, even eased down across the line. She's got to be happy with that performance. Going into the Jamaican trials, she's primed to make the team. Just really sharp race here.
We'll have a quick interview with Akcera Nugent.
Right foot leading the way, followed by the left. Taylor was second. Paula Vasquez does improve 13:16, so that will go in there instead of the 13:44 for her 5-time average. That will raise her up the rankings perhaps just a little bit. And in the women's 100-meter hurdles, it is Nugent. Like we thought might happen. Who takes it?
Yeah, great run, and for Paula Vasquez, that 13:16 not only replaces the 13:44, but she at 4th place she also gets 60 placing points, which is gonna bump that time. Essentially, what it does is it makes a 13:16 act like it's a 12:7 in the rankings. That if you figure it that way, these bonus points improve the time, and you look at what the average time will be. So, yeah, I think that is going to be enough probably to push her into the top 40. We have to see how she does over the next 2 weeks because the close is June 30th. That's when they make the cutoff and make the decision on who has qualified. So a lot can happen in these final couple weeks here. A lot of national championships will happen. A lot of other races in Europe are starting to take place as well. So it's all speculation at the moment, but it can happen.
And let's go downstairs to Philippos with our winner.
Okay, I'm here at the NACAC New Life Invitational here with Akcera Nugent. She's the champion here at the Invitational. Akcera, tell us, how do you feel? You were the NCAA champion in the 100-meter hurdles. So tell us, how do you feel here in the Bahamas?
I feel like I'm in really good shape and I'm where I need to be. I just needed to get another hurdle race in before the trials. So I'm pleased with my time and my performance today.
That's awesome. The Jamaica's trial is in 2 weeks. So tell us what you're hoping. You're hoping to be on that road to Paris on that Jamaica extravagant team.
Well, yeah, I'm hoping to be on the team. You know, Jamaica is known to have some of the best hurdlers there is, but I have to focus on me going into this national trials and just be patient and confident in who I am.
Well, we're very happy for you. You're the champion here at this NACAC New Life Invitational, and we wish you all the best at your Jamaica Invitationals and championships. We know you'll do well. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Philippa. Akcera Nugent. I tell you what, those Jamaican athletes especially, the margin for error is just so tiny, especially in the hurdles. And I don't want to manifest anything or put anything into the universe, but you hear it right there just saying there's still a lot of work to be done.
Oh, no, it's unbelievably, what do you call it, razor sharp, the differences it can make. the biggest example I can bring up is Danielle Williams, last year's world champion. She's a 2-time world champion, won Worlds in 2015, and then she won again in 2023. She's never made the Olympic team for Jamaica.
It's crazy.
Yep. One of the best hurdlers of all time, yet she's never been able to get on that team for Jamaica.
So our hurdle crew will move those hurdles up as you take a look at what is left here tonight at the NACAC New Life Invitational inside Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. Bill Bowling, Paul Doyle with you. Philippa Arnett Willie is downstairs. And I'll tell you what, Paul, you are a natural at this. First time into the broadcast booth.
Well, I don't know if I'm exactly a natural. Like I said, I have a lot,
you gotta give
I have a
yourself
lot in
some
my
credit.
head. It's not easy to get it out, but no, I'm enjoying it. And, I love to add the spice that people don't know about and those sorts of things. So.
Absolutely. So in the field, the men's high jump rolls on. The long jump as well. Down the home stretch. And the men's 110 hurdles is getting started. This is another event where we will have 2 sections. That will be the case as well for the 200s. We will start with B, followed by A in each of these events. I do think there's a lot to like talking about that rankings process and rewarding competitiveness, rewarding winning a race, because I think at the essence of track and field, in a lot of ways, it's the original sport, and it started as I'll race you for an undisclosed distance, and if I win, I win. If you lose, you lose, and that's it. Just 1v1, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. It does encourage competition. It does elevate the meets that have status so that the better athletes do compete at those events. So there's a lot of positives to it, but there has been a lot of not so positive return on these things too,
Sure.
where a lot of the smaller countries feel like it's tough to get athletes into the competitions where they can get those points because the top athletes sort of hoard those competitions, and there's only so many lanes on the track, and it's making it difficult for athletes to break onto the scene. So, I think there needs to be a little bit of looking into it, and these placing scores that are given to the athletes, in my opinion, are too big. They need to be cut in half so that time actually does factor more into it, because if you look at it right now, you can have an athlete that you look at their 5 times and say the women's 400 hurdles, and they're all 57 seconds, but they're qualified. Yet you have somebody who's run all 56 seconds or 55 seconds, and they're ranked below them, which doesn't make sense, right? The faster athletes should be ranked higher.
Yeah, it is certainly a delicate process. You talk about the smaller countries having more opportunities for competition, hence the Caribbean Track League.
Exactly.
So we have 2 sections of the men's 110 hurdles that are waiting in the wings. Over in the men's high jump, competition is late with Luis Joel Castro of Puerto Rico missing there just a second ago. There's women's long jump and Mariah Toussaint of Dominica. And hello from the broadcast booth. Here we are. The face, pay no attention to the face behind the microphone. No, great to have you with us from up here in the broadcast booth. Will Bowling here with Paul Doyle to my right as we continue to broadcast here out amongst the people here in the VIP area here in the Bahamas. There is the face of track and field in the American Track League and the Caribbean Track League and Paul Doyle. I love it.
Yeah, just getting some instructions from Michael Serralta out of Puerto Rico. He's the NACAC technical director. And because of the power delay that we had, we've got a little bit of a late start. And we want to keep the men's triple jump in the window. So we're going to delay things a little bit, but there's still going to be plenty for us to talk about.
All right. You're always working, with the headset on, with the headset off. That is the understatement of the night.
Well, learn to multitask in what
That's
I
right.
do.
Donald Thomas, he wants the crowd to get involved and clap him on up. This is his first attempt at 2.24 meters.
There you're looking at Charlton again on the runway. You know, 4x1, 100 meters, long jump. She does it all. She's again from that Charlton family. You hear the roars of the crowd. Actually, for Donald Thomas,
that's
in the
right.
High jump.
2007 world champ, 7-time Bahamas champ. And we are ready for the first section in the men's 110-meter hurdles. As we take a look at this field.
Up next is Raymond Richards of Jamaica. His second
First of two sections. Got Wellington Zaza running there in 2. Jonathan Santiago of Puerto Rico right to his right. Devontae Vanterpool of the United States. Xavier Coakley, Jamal Wilson.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Zaza Wellington Zaza. He's actually has 3 citizenships.
Wow.
Yeah, he's Liberia, United States, and Switzerland. But he's opted to run for Liberia, which makes me a happy guy because I will be with Team Liberia in Paris. So get to spend a lot of time with Wellington in Paris.
Runners in 2, 3, 5, and 7. Zaza, Santiago, Vanderpool, and Wilson. And our starter is getting things ready. So again, 2 sections. Men's 110 hurdles. We'll have 2 sections of men's 200 after this, followed by the women's 200 and a men's 4x4 that will wrap up competition here on the track at the NACAC New Life Invitational. This is the opening section, the slower of the 2 heats of the men's 110 hurdles.
Final attempt for Richards from Jamaica.
Set.
A quartet in the opening section of the men's 110 hurdles. Jonathan Santiago of Puerto Rico with a good start. Good middle of the race for Wellington Zaza of Liberia running there on the inside. Here comes Devontae Vanterpool late, but it will be Zaza side by side with Santiago.
That one's too close to call.
And Zaza gets it 13:79, just barely wind legal. And that is a big season's best for the Liberian hurdler.
Yeah, he's coming back into form. He's got a personal best right around that 13:30 mark, and was out for a little bit with some injuries, and he's starting to get healthy again and come back, and hopefully he's going to be able to make it into that quota with enough races to get to Paris for Liberia.
So Wellington Zaza, 13.79. Jonathan Santiago of Puerto Rico in 13.81. That is a personal best for him, taking 800ths off of his best time that he ran earlier this year. And a season's best for Devontae Vanterpool as well in 13.98. So 3 season's bests for our first 3 there in the opening section. So our faster heat of the men's one-turn hurdles is on deck. Top 40 in the rankings quota. That's where you need to be in order to move on to Paris. Olympic standard is 13.27 in this event. Good field here.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking to see Damian Thomas improve his season best. He's a 13.11 personal best, so the fastest personal best in the field. He's made the Jamaican Olympic team the last time, as we just talked about how difficult that is to do. He actually beat the Olympic champ at the trials, which is impressive. But he hasn't really found that form for a little while now. He had a great indoor season this year, won many races over in Europe, which he hadn't done yet, and has come back this outdoor season, had some calf injuries pop up. He was in Bermuda in the warm-up area and did a start and caught a calf cramp, and you know, hit the meat of the season, you try and come back too early and you set yourself back again. So that's what has happened to him. So this is his first race since April. So coming into the Jamaican trials, he's going to need to find some form rather quickly.
He will be in lane number 8, running there on the outside. Rasheem Brown will be right to his inside in lane 7. He is 66th on that quota list. 24-year-old hurdler who started his career at North Carolina A&T, finished at the University of Tennessee. There is Antoine Andrews of the Bahamas, 21-year-old who was the World Under-20 champ in 2022, a Texas Tech Red Raider who ran the 4x100 at NCAAs with Texas Tech. As you see this field getting ready, and Ken Mullings back once again. He's been a busy man today.
Yeah, 6 long jumps, twice as many as he's used to taking, and now coming over here to the hurdles.
29-year-old Colombian champion in 2021, Johan Chavera, is in lane number 5 here in the white singlet with the black shorts. He is not ranked this season. Still trying to get to those 5 races in the eligibility period for the Paris Games. Does have a season's best that is fastest in this field, though, at 13.49. Antoine Andrews has also run that this year. So a lot of young, talented sprinters here in this group. LSU Tiger on the outside. And Damian Thomas from Jamaica. This one will start in just a few minutes, as our field looks to be ready to go here very shortly. And the crowd certainly continuing to watch closely at the men's high jump that is in the late stages.
Everyone was surprised because he never wore high jump shoes. He always wore sprint spikes, and I couldn't imagine jumping without heel spikes. And that's the thing. He had a very atypical style in the high jump, and I remember when he won the world title, he beat Stefan Holm, who was one of the most unbelievable technicians in the high jump. He was the guy who holds the world record for jumping the highest over his own height. He was relatively short for a high jumper, under 6 feet, and still high jumped over 240. But it was amazing. The two of them battled for the title, and one was the most beautiful technician you'll ever see, and the other one was the most off-the-wall technique you would see. So,
I can't imagine the calf strength it would take to do that.
Oh, I know. Because the high jumpers use that centripetal force of running a turn to apply that into vertical force, and you can't do that if you're not planting your heel with heel spikes, right? So Donald would just somehow come in and almost stutter step his way in and just power off the ground through his 4 foot only. It was impressive.
Incredible. Men's 110 hurdles appear to be ready from inside out. Ulrich Portier, Ken Mullings, Antoine Andrews, Johan Chavera, Rasheem Brown, and Damian Thomas. And the Bahamas fans will be rooting for a couple of their countrymen, Mullings in 3, and Antoine Andrews, the 21-year-old World U20 champion in 2022, running in lane 4.
It's going to be an interesting race between 4 and 5, but watch out for lane 8. Because of his season best, he only has a 12.85 windy. His legal time was even slower. He's got put out in lane 8. But he's definitely going to be a factor. 13:11 PB, by far the fastest one in the field. Let's see what his fitness is after that calf strain.
Clean start, and Damian Thomas, the Jamaican, is out running well in lane number 8. Middle of the track, Antoine Andrews from the Bahamas running in lane number 4. Thomas is fading back. Andrews is surging forward, and the Bahamas sprinter, Antoine Andrews, will win it. And that is wind legal, 13:35, a personal best for Antoine Andrews.
A massive personal best, and I believe he left one hurdle standing. He clipped just about every single hurdle in that race, but when you have the power driving through the hurdles, that's all that matters. He had the home crowd pushing him on into a massive personal best.
1.4 the wind reading. He was followed by Rasheem Brown of the Cayman Islands in 13:49. That is very close to his, actually that is a personal best for Brown as well, so PBs for first and second here in our fast section of the men's 110 hurdles.
And the best celebration dance of the night so far as well.
Absolutely.
You know, they usually save that for the post-meet party, but I'm happy to see it coming out early on the track.
So Antoine Andrews with that will replace a 13:57 with a big shiny new personal best as he looks to climb that ratings quota as well. Let's take a quick break, get you back, and we'll hear from our winner coming up in just a few. Antoine Andrews, the winner of the men's 110 hurdles in the fast section, and this is the look down the line of how he did it. And you're right, Paul, every single hurdle went down.
Yeah.
One of them popped back up.
Adversity during the outdoor season wasn't consistent with times. And to come with you, I run a legal PR. It feels so good.
And we're happy for you. Our nationals is in 2 weeks, about 2 weeks or so. So what are you hoping to do there at nationals?
Go to Paris, time to qualify. I feel like that race just actually boosts up my confidence. Now the time to go back and train and watch the tape, see what errors I made and let's correct it.
Well, you heard it right here, the NACAC New Life Invitational. I'm here with our gold medalist and winner of the 110-meter hurdles, Antoine Andrews from the Bahamas. And he's on the road to Paris. Nationals coming up in 2 weeks, and we hope to see you there. All the best.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Congrats.
All right, Antoine Andrews is our winner. Thank you, Philippa. It's high jump still going on down there on the other side of the track as well.
Well, we don't have the results over here of the high jump, but based on the
And you're watching one of the best to do it. Continuing here, taking his time.
I can't tell from here if those are high jump shoes or not.
Right. I was just looking at the exact same thing. Yeah, let's go back downstairs to Philippa.
Okay, once again here at NACAC New Life Invitational, I'm here with the champion of the women's long jump, and none other than the exciting Anthea Charlton. Anthea, tell us, you are champion, and your jump was 650, and you will be in the Bahamian Nationals coming up in 2 weeks. So tell us, what's your plans?
My plan is to outright qualify, you know, fix everything that went wrong today and get on that board, jump far.
Well, hey, nothing else we want but the road to Paris, having another jumper right back in here for the Bahamas. You've had a wonderful, wonderful season here at University of Florida with the Gators. So tell us, how was that, your first season back with the Gators?
It was amazing. Indoors was not the best, but it was just that adjustment period time. That's what I'm calling it. Then outdoor I came, and I was the same Anthea from last year, which is great. And this was arguably the best nationals I've had. It was my first time scoring individually, got me an individual trophy, so it was a great season.
Well, Anthea, we're so happy for you. Thank you for being here, and congratulations on being the NACAC New Life Invitational gold medal winner. All the best at nationals.
What you just heard was Donald Thomas clearing 2:28, and that is a new season's best for the hero here from the Bahamas, the 39-year-old who is still just a powerhouse in the high jump. So a season's best for Donald Thomas over at 2:28. This place exploded.
Yeah, great jump for the old man. You know, it's coming up on 40 years old and still jumping that high. That's incredible. Like, of all the events in track and field, as you age, other than the triple jump, I think high jump might be the hardest one to keep going at. So it's even more impressive that he's able to do that at this age. Should give inspiration to Lolo Jones, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So Donald Thomas will continue to take all the time he needs, and I love the conversation here between competitors.
Like I said, there's Luis Joel on the phone, probably talking to his coach or something, but he's the guy I told should be the mayor of Puerto Rico or governor of Puerto Rico. He's loved by everyone and supports everyone. One of the coaches was talking to me about him earlier this week and saying, you know, Joel is out there always coaching his competitors, trying to help his competitors. He sort of has a decathlete mentality. You know, these decathletes are talking to each other throughout the day, 13 hours a day out at the track. They become really good friends and really close, and they genuinely support each other. And Joel sort of takes that mentality into the high jump, which isn't common.
No, it certainly isn't. And you see Donald Thomas taking a look at the video right there, and obviously that has become the norm at the college level, at the high school level, at the pro level, of the immediate feedback of what was good, what was not. And I think he's going to see a lot that he likes there at 2:28, the way he was able to get over that and get close to really just demolish his season's best. It was 2:21 coming into this competition from this year.
Yeah, impressive improvement. You know, he always lifts his game for the home crowd.
So Thomas 14th in that rankings quota for the Paris Games.
And there's Louis Joe coaching him, as always.
I love it.
Yep.
So high jump rolls on. And we have got a B final and an A heat of the men's 200 to be followed by a fast 4x4, and that will wrap up our running events here tonight, late into the night in Nassau. Looking forward to these 200s.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to the 200s, and then that 4x4. You know, we had the Bahamas women looking to improve their ranking to get into that quota, and they came up short. Well, Jamaica qualified all their relays except the men's 4x4 out of world relays, so they have their last opportunity to qualify tonight. They've got to run, I believe, 2:58.
2:59.12.
2:59.12. Okay, so they've got to improve on that and hope that nobody eclipses them at the African Championship. So, you know, that's some good running right there. You know,
it is.
45 flat times 4 is 3 minutes flat. They got to be 2 seconds better than that. So you're looking at a 44.5 average, which is no joke for any nation.
So now that he's cleared 2:28, our winner in the men's high jump, Donald Thomas, will continue forward. Again, you've seen him take his time to review the video, see what he likes. So the high jump is the Donald Thomas Invitational now.
Yeah. Well, you know, Donald Thomas loves the attention on himself, and especially in front of his home crowd. Last year we had this event in his hometown of Freeport, and they came out to see him jump, and he was the highlight of the show again. I believe he jumped a season best there last year as well. So, you know, he's a guy that likes the limelight. He's had it for many, many years for the Bahamas. As you said, 2007 world champ. That's many years ago.
It is difficult to compete in this event specifically at such a high level for so long. There's no doubt. 39 years young. That man right there.
Yep. I would have to think if he decides to jump next year at the age of 40, he will destroy whatever the Masters world record
Absolutely.
is. Yeah.
They'll be calling Lolo Jones about what that's like.
Yep. Yep. You know, there's been quite a few athletes, even Caribbean athletes. Chandra Stirrup ran into her 40s as well, one of the best sprinters in Bahama history, one of the Golden Girls, or Golden Goddesses, the 4x1 champions. I remember back in the Sydney Olympics, Pauline Davis was 34 years old and the oldest on the team, and Chandra Stirrup was making fun of her, calling her grandma. Yet she ran to age 41,
wow.
7 years beyond what Pauline did.
Goodness.
So.
And the first jump for Thomas, not quite good enough. As that bar goes up, we're told, we believe, to 233.
Which I believe is the Olympic standard. Which very few people in the world have hit that 233. But like I said, they encourage athletes to qualify by the ranking, so they have made, in particular, field events, the qualifying marks are extremely high.
Yep, 233. You are right. That is a logical next step for the former world champ.
Yep, with the victory locked up, why not? Go for it.
And already well in that rankings quota as well, 14th in it at the moment. So he's in good position in that regard. Of course, Bahama Games in a couple weeks.
As we see some of the 200-meter runners walking over to the start line. Puerto Rican Jose Figueroa there, looks like approaching lane 4, is actually the NatCac New Life Invitational record holder. He ran this meet in Freeport last year where he doubled up in the 400 and the 200, winning the 2 and finishing second in the 4. That was quite a double for the day. But looking to find that form that got him the victory last year again here.
So in the B section of the men's 200, that will go first. Anthony Adderley, Najee McBride, Jabari Michael Kinsu, Wanya Bell, Jonathan Farina, Ashani Smith, Brian Lamage, and Stephen Newbold. A full house of 8, and the best season's best in this field belongs to Ashani Smith of Jamaica, who will be running in lane number 6.
Yep, Ashani Smith is one of the trio of 3 Jamaicans coached by Michael Frater at the Dynamic Speed Track Club. He's Michael Frater himself was a world silver medalist in the 100 meters in 2005, and one of the fastest Jamaicans ever at 9:88 in the 100 meters that he ran in Lausanne. But has become quite a coach now. He has about 15 young Jamaicans he's coaching now, and you'll see 3 of them running here tonight. Probably the most notable athlete in his camp is Akeem Blake, a sub 990 100-meter sprinter, one of the top 100-meter guys in the world.
So the Section A runners have made their way down to the track. The Section B runners are the ones that will go first. They will get started here in just a moment as well, but with field event competition continuing, maybe gives us another chance to go back over there. The bar is at the Olympic standard at 2:33 for Donald Thomas. At least this crowd will not mind. It's another moment of their Bahamas high jump star to be the center of attention, as they will get the B section down to the curve and get ready for this first of 2 runs at 200 meters. See the wind blowing there, certainly picking up just a little bit. And if Antoine Andrews' run at 110 meters over the hurdles is any indication, this might be absolutely perfect conditions for these 200-meter runners here shortly.
Yeah, sometimes you can get an angled tailwind, which this doesn't appear to be that. It does appear to be a straight tailwind up the home straightaway. But if you can often get an angled tailwind or even just a really big wind on the turn, I hate to call my wife out on this, but she ran a PB of 23.60. She was a 400 runner, but she ran a 23.60 in the 200. She was not a speedy 400 runner. She was more even-paced through the whole thing, so not real great sprint speed. But she ran that 23.60, which was her only time break in 24, and it was very much a wind legal time. I think it was a 0.7 wind, but she had a 5.0 on the turn.
Wow.
So
that'll help.
So I really think they should probably put a wind gauge on the turn as well to see, because I think it was it Kenny Bednarik, I think, when he ran in JUCO, had a massive tailwind on the turn, and I remember seeing the wind being legal. I think it was a 1.6 wind or something like that. But if you go back and you watch the video, the smoke comes out of the gun and goes straight sideways.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll help.
Yep.
That will absolutely help, as our B section will get the block set up and get ready to take a couple of runouts and get started here in our first of 2 heats in the men's 200, to be followed by a women's 200, and then the Jamaican 4x4 team on the men's side will wrap up competition tonight. That is something that is a significant race, as you mentioned just a moment ago, for the Jamaican men, who are 17th in that rankings quota, 1 spot away from Paris, and this is their last opportunity to book their ticket to Paris, potentially.
Yep.
So the high jump has got 2 jumps left at this height, at least. For Donald Thomas, the former world champion, 233. We've got men's triple jump, and we have got 200s and a 4x4 that will conclude festivities here tonight at the NACAC New Life Invitational inside Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. Paradise for us, for track and field, and we've enjoyed watching it with you here throughout the night.
I'm always intrigued at how, a high jumper such as Donald right now has the event won. How do you find the motivation to keep going? You've already got the event wrapped up, and I guess obviously hitting the numbers to guarantee qualification, although he knows in the back of his mind, he knows he's going to Paris.
Absolutely.
He has the ranking quota. He is going to be there. There aren't going to be enough people to bump him out of that quota. So, but it would feel nice just to jump that 233. I don't think we can probably look this up. I don't think there's very many that have hit 233 within the qualification window.
Yeah,
I think less than 6, even maybe.
9.
9? Okay.
To be exact.
Okay.
Yep. It is a who's who of
yeah.
jumpers that have hit 233. So now we're ready for the first section of our men's 200. Anthony Adderley, Ajay McBride, Jabari Michael Kinsu, Wanya Bell. There is Jonathan Farina, Shani Smith, Brian Lamage, and Stephen Newbold.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for 2 young Bahamian athletes in lanes 1 and 2. Based on travel issues and whatnot, and just athletes pulling out of the competition, we ended up with 2 open lanes. So we called up the 2 local boys to come in and get an opportunity to race.
Crowd getting into it as Donald Thomas has taken another jump at 233. And is unable to get it. If he had gotten it, this place would have absolutely exploded, no doubt about it. And he'll get a nice round of applause. Donald Thomas, that was his 3rd and final jump. Missed it out of the Olympic standard, but picking up the win. He is comfortably in that rankings quota in the men's high jump. The 39-year-old still competing at a very high level. So, first of 2 sections is ready in the men's 200. Clean start. Lane number 5, Jonathan Farina of Trinidad and Tobago is out quickly. Ashani Smith of Jamaica side by side with him running in lane number 6. And it is the man from Trinidad in 5, Farina, with a step on the Jamaican to his outside. Close at the finish, but Farina will take it. 20.8 the initial reading.
Oh, quite a bit faster than that. 20.69 for the win, and it's got to be a personal best, I would think, for Smith. 20.73 in second place. Real good finish. It looked like Farina was going to run away with it in the last 30, but Smith fought back hard and stuck with him.
So Farina, it is a season's best. For Smith, it is a big personal best. The top 2 with great times. And our first of 2 sections in the men's 200. So from section 1 to our A heat that is getting ready now. In lane number 1, you'll see Adam Musgrove of the Bahamas. Andrew Stiles of the Bahamas is running in 2. Jamaican Jaziel Murphy will be in 3. Puerto Rican Jose Figueroa in 4. 28-year-old Bahamian sprinter Ian Kerr is in lane 5. He is a 4-time Bahamas champion. Won the 200 last year, helped Bahamas to a 5th place finish in the 4x100 at the World Relays. Barely in at the moment, according to the rankings quota, 43rd. His season's best, 20:43 in France back in mid-May. He will be in lane 5 as you take a look at the finish here in the first section of the men's 200. Javari Thomas will be in 6, 22-year-old racing outside Jamaica for the first time this year. Ran his personal best in Kingston last weekend at 200 and at 100. A JUCO All-American in the United States for Butler Community College. Jaleel Kroll, British Virgin Islands, 21-year-old who made the NCAA championships running for the University of South Florida out of Tampa. He will be in 7, running 20:47. His personal best. And then Dario Matau, 22-year-old who just won an NCAA championship with Ken Harnden and the Auburn Tigers in the 4x100 meter relay. He rounds out this field in the Auburn kit running in lane 8.
Yeah, spoke with Javari Thomas's coach right after Javari ran that 20:35 last week, and we went to work. We looked at the ranking quotas and pulled up the road to Paris and figured out there's no way, not enough races for him to get up into the rankings, so he has to hit the time. So he needs to hit the A standard, so he's not worried so much about the place as long as he can hit the time.
And that time, 2016. in the men's 200. Thomas has run 20:35, like you said, 10:11 at 100 last week. He is in good form, and he will be the runner to watch in the orange and black, running right there in lane number 6, looking for the Olympic standard. So you hear the stadium introductions here for our runners. It's maybe a false start on me. I think I jumped the gun this time. Just don't disqualify me from calling this race.
Okay, you can't do that because then I would have to do it.
Here's Ian Kerr, the 28-year-old, 4-time Bahamas champ. And the 22-year-old Javari Thomas. This young man's got a bright future. So this is the final in the men's 200. Javari Thomas of Jamaica, the man in form. An excellent field of Caribbean athletes ready to race here under the lights in Nassau. And a good start out of the blocks for Javari Thomas, looking for that Olympic standard in the 200 of 2016. Challenged to his outside by Jaleel Kroll of the British Virgin Islands. Running there in lane 3, you have Jazeel Murphy. Even with 50 to go. Ian Kerr has a step. And it's Kerr side by side with Kroll on the outside. Too close to call. 2041 plus 2.2 wind. It's Kroll at the finish. Who got it?
A great solid run by Kroll. I didn't see it that way. I thought it was Kerr that had taken it, but apparently not. 100th of a second. And I think it's the first wind-aided race of the night.
It is. 2041 versus 2042. Kroll and Kerr very, very tight in our fast heat of the men's 200. So that wraps up the men's 200. The women's 200 is on deck. And downstairs, Philippa is with our winner.
Okay, so I'm here at the NACAC New Life Invitational with our champion in the men's 200 meters. And this is all the way from the British Virgin Islands. Kroll, you just won the 200 meters. Tell us, how do you feel? Your trials is coming up this Saturday. And so what's the plan on the road to Paris?
Just keep scoring points. I have been running well, but just gotta score the points. The time isn't coming, so the points have to get it.
So when did you get into the Bahamas, and how was your experience here before leaving and heading out?
I got in Friday. Bahamas been good to me. Last time I've been here was 2018 Caribbean. I loved it, and being back here, taking the win feels amazing.
Well, of course, we're so happy that you chose to be here with us at the NACAC New Life Invitational. You take away the champion, the gold, and we wish you all the luck at your home trials coming this Saturday. So thank you, and once again, have fun while you're here in the Bahamas.
All right, thank you, Philippa. Women's 200, men's 4x4, all that is left on the track here inside Thomas A. Robinson Stadium in Nassau. And men's triple jump, that continues here as well.
Yes, Janai Parent-Chief looks like he's on the runway here, the Bermuda athlete. Currently the Bermuda's best chance at making the Olympic team. I believe he's close to the quota. He had a great jump down in Bermuda at the end of April. But would definitely help his cause to get a victory here with a solid mark.
Another NCAA All-American back in 2021 as a Tennessee Volunteer. It's a man I was almost teammates with.
Yeah.
Just missed each other.
And I know he now trains in Arkansas with a great batch of professional athletes, a lot of jumpers coached by Travis Gephardt.
The best of the best.
Yep, absolutely. All right, crowd getting into this.
And the women's 200 is in the blocks with Nia Richards, Cheyenne DeMeritt, Fiordaliza Cofield, Ayana Stiverne, Lauren Rain James, Cecilia Tamayo Garza, Printasia Johnson, and Beyonce DeFreitas. Women's 200, our final individual event of the night. And Lauren Rain James is running well, running in lane number 5. They make the turn. Printasia Johnson of the Bahamas is out there in lane number 7. And in lane 5, Lauren Rain James of the United States will take it, the 24-year-old in her third 200 of the year with the win.
Looks like a 22.92 flow, 22.91 rounded down. Very impressive run by James. She took that from the blocks, ran a great turn, held her speed all the way through the finish. It was a good, impressive run overall.
Cecilia Tamayo Garza in second, and Rain James with a new season's best, displacing the 22.95 she ran back on June the 2nd up in Canada. An excellent run here to wrap up the NACAC New Life Invitational on the individual event side. So Philippa will catch up with Lauren in just a moment. You see the times right there. And Philippa is ready with our winner in the high jump, and a man who got this crowd very excited here tonight. Philippa?
Right back here at the NACAC New Life Invitational. I'm here with the champion here for the NACAC men's high jump, none other than our home soil native all the way from Grand Bahama, Donald Thomas. Donald is now the new record holder for the NACAC New Invitational, jumping on his third attempt this evening, 2.28 meters, and surpassing the old record of 2.26. Tell us, how do you feel?
First off, I'd like to thank God for this victory and for allowing me to be here. I feel pretty good.
Donald, you've been around 2007. You were the world champion, and you have stuck it out and stuck at the highest level of competition from 2007 to date. So tell us, how have you been doing it, and what's up for our nationals coming up in 2 weeks?
I mean, I just work hard every day. I got a family who depend on me. I got a country depending on me, so I just go out there and give it my all every time, and sky's the limit.
Nothing other than we like having a Bahamian on the home soil taking that part and the gold medal. So congratulations, Donald. We're so happy that you are the new record holder and champion of the men's long jump. High jumps, my apologies.
All right, thank you, Philippa. Mr. Thomas, a very popular man here in Nassau tonight. And the 4x400 is all that is left on the track, with the men's triple jump continuing as well. Mentioned the slight delay. That means this competition goes late into the night.
Yeah, the 4x4 can be the most exciting event in track and field, if you ask me. It's anytime you get lead changes and all that. Now, granted, it doesn't happen every race, and didn't happen at the NCAAs with the women of Arkansas dominating, but that was impressive as well. But seeing a 4x4 that has back-to-back lead changes and whatnot, it can be one of the most exciting things, and it's one of the things the fans get most passionate about. Now, unfortunately, we don't have a Bahamas team in here tonight, I don't think, so it's going to be basically Jamaica versus the clock a little bit. We have assembled an international team to run against them, but we're looking forward to hopefully a great performance here and hopefully get Jamaica to get their last relay qualified for Paris.
In the men's triple jump, this is Antoine Smith of the Bahamas. The season's best for him this year of 14.55. Getting the crowd into it. And Antoine Smith will watch the board here. Looked content with that one. And a little bit of wind at his back. Take time to rake it and mark it for Brandon Jones, who would be on deck.
You know, a triple event, it's an event I love, and I love in track and field when people try different events. But the only people that should try the triple jump are triple jumpers.
Absolutely.
Because you want to talk about doing something unnatural with your body. This is certainly it, and they put so much force on their joints and tendons. It's unbelievable. I think it would be the event that would injure the most athletes if people just tried it haphazardly.
Brandon Jones of Belize is on deck. 16.22 his personal best. Season's best was indoors at 14.87. And here comes Mr. Jones. And he'll run out. Let's go downstairs where Philippa is with our winner in the women's 200.
Okay, once again here at the NACAC New Life Invitational, I'm here with Lauren James, Rain James. Lauren, you are the champion here at this competition. Tell us, how do you feel about the Bahamas and the time that you just ran?
I love the Bahamas. It's so amazing. It's great weather. But I'm just so grateful to God and to Jesus for allowing me to be here. And after having so many years of injury, for like 5 or 6 years, this has been my first healthy year back, and I'm so, so grateful. So I'm just happy to be out here.
Nothing more than thanking God for that great health. So what's next for Lauren? And we're going to wish you all the best with that, of course. But tell us what's next.
Just running some more meets, getting back into shape, and then get ready for World Championships next year.
So we're going to see Lauren at World Championships next year in the 200 meters. Congratulations, and thanks for choosing to be with us here at NACAC New Life Invitational.
All right, Lauren Rain James, a happy winner here tonight in the 200. Is Jalen Jackson, who just jumped in the men's triple jump. And that should bring up Janai Parent-Chief next. And training in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Parent-Chief 26th in the quota in the men's triple. Kawan Colmer of the Bahamas has a personal best earlier this year at 16.60. And Andy Echevarria of Cuba, the two-time Cuban champion, is in this field too. A great men's triple jump group of 6. And there is Parent-Chief ready to go here again. And this is poetry in motion when he hits a big one. And he'll ask the crowd to help him. Gives him the rhythm he wants.
Now it's the wrong name on the vest of his jersey to get them really into it, but he's doing his best. I know down in Bermuda in April that we had the crowd on their feet for him. Oh.
An extra step.
Yep, a couple extras. It's not the quad jump, it's the triple jump. So he'll go back to the drawing board before this next one.
There you have it. Donald Thomas giving us our young men some encouragement to come on.
So Kawan Colmer and Andy Echevarria rounding out this 16.60. Personal best earlier this year.
one of the local athletes, not just by nationality, but also lives and trains here locally. So coached by Demarius Cash, former 400-meter hurdler for the Bahamas.
Wait to see what that mark was. And Andy Echevarria, the Cuban champion, will be next. $15.95 there just a moment ago for Colmer. And here's the Cuban champ, Echevarria. So Echevarria here, and then our 4x4s coming up in just a moment, as the Jamaican fans will watch closely to see if their side can book their ticket to Paris. Here comes the Cuban champ, Echevarria. And the red flag for the Cuban. I like the one orange, one white spike there. Stylish.
Yeah, you always wonder, is that by choice, or did he leave one at home?
As a junior in high school, I had my left one was green, my right one was blue. I thought I was world championship level. I certainly was not. All right, so the men's 4x4 is all that is left on the track here tonight at the NACAC New Life Invitational. And in the men's 4x4, 14 teams are in, and 2 spots are still up for grabs for the 2024 Paris Games. At the World Relays, Jamaica punched their ticket and everything but this relay. France and Zambia are the 2 teams in spot 15 and 16 that are available via rankings during the season outside of those World Relays that happens literally just next door at the Bahamas National Stadium here in Nassau. So Zambia ran 2:59.12. France ran 2:58.45. Jamaica has run 2:59.34 this year. They did that actually last fall in Budapest. So it's been a minute, and the Jamaicans are looking for a big run right here. They will need a very fast time to beat Zambia in 2:59.12 in the time they ran back in late March.
Yeah, I think it might be a big ask. I know Jamaica does not have with them Antonio Watson, who's preparing for their national championships. He's, of course, the world champion from last year in the Open 400. He would be a great asset to this team right now, but they've still got some very accomplished athletes making a go at it.
So you've got Barbados and 2 teams from Jamaica.
Well, the second team, the inside one from Jamaica, has Jamaica running the first 2 legs, but it's actually an international team.
Okay.
Not sure which the composure of the other athletes. I think Dominica's on there, so, and it was supposed to be an American on there, but I don't see him there. So we'll have to see. But if nothing else, they'll have some company for the first parts of the race here.
Barbados this year has run 3:02.12, ranked 25th in the world this year. Still an excellent time. And the Jamaicans right there on the bubble of missing out on the 4x4 in Paris. So this is the last chance. And it has obviously been a pro-Bahamas crowd all night, but the horns and the Jamaican flag are still very much in the building.
Absolutely.
It looks like we're about ready to go.
So lane 4 is the Jamaican team, full Jamaican team, running against their countrymen on the first 2 legs. Hoping to see, a split time of 45 low for the first leg and averaging 44s for the rest of the crew here.
2024. Thank you once again to all of our sponsors, as Thompson Trading and Gatorade, the Ministry of Tourism, of course the government of the Bahamas, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, to all of our volunteers.
All three teams ready. So is the starter.
On your mark.
Here we go. 2:59.12 of Zambia. The time to beat. France 15th place this year at 2:58.45. And they'll stand him up. The suspense will build just a little bit more. And here we go, a race against time for Team Jamaica, ranked 17th on the outside looking in at the Paris 2024 Games at 2:59.34. They need 2:59.12 to punch their ticket for now.
Seem to be going out at a good pace, 20.9 or so at the 200 mark. Very solid start for the first two.
And again, that's Barbados on the outside, Jamaica's A team in the middle, and an all-star team that is on the inside. You hear the horns as the Jamaican crowd tries to push their team forward onto Paris. And through the opening leg, so far so good.
Yeah. About a 45 mid split on the leadoff leg is exactly what they need.
So Barbados following behind Jamaica, the all-star team of multiple nationalities, in third. And at some point here, Jamaica's going to have to motivate themselves just a little bit. This will get tougher as they continue to gap the rest of this field and run by themselves. So we're continuing to watch the clock here.
Yeah, they'd be looking for about a split time to be under 130 at the halfway mark, but we look to be right at that, or just about, maybe a hair over 130 right now.
About 129 high, maybe right over 130 for Team Jamaica. Again, Zambia with the last qualifying time at 2:59.12, holding that last ticket to Paris.
They're certainly making a go for it. Beautiful first half of this leg here for Jamaica.
And this is going to be close.
This is going to be close. We'll be on the edge of the seat here for this one. They're putting themselves in position to hit this time, that's for sure.
So Team Jamaica is trying to go from paradise to Paris. Onto the anchor leg, right on schedule. Right on the edge at 2:14 and 2:15.
Yep. So
it comes down to the anchor leg. 2:59.34, the best time this year for Jamaica. They will send every other relay to Paris. Can they send this 4x4 as well? Into the final 200. They need 2:59.11 to knock Zambia out. It's going to be very close inside the final 100. Jamaica, a race against the clock, doing a lot of work by themselves here tonight. They need 2:59.11.
Oh, and they're close.
Just outside of the time they needed.
Looks unofficially 2:59.78, but boy, what a go. They made a great run at it. Mad respect to them running that essentially solo.
2:59.75, just off of Zambia and best off of their best time of 2:59.34.
Yeah, great effort and great job by Coach Mark Elliott, the head coach for Jamaica, putting this team together. Tough to do it without the likes of Antonio Watson, but these guys, mad respect for them. They made a really good go at it. Get sub-3 on a solo run is pretty impressive.
So that wraps up our running events tonight. As you watch tonight, Parent Chief run all the way through here in the men's triple jump that rolls on. Paul, we opened the meet talking about how this was an Olympic trials for a lot of Caribbean nations, a lot of smaller countries, and a big chance to rise up the world rankings. We saw some big names from these Caribbean nations do exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just going from memory and what I witnessed, I think Sage Walker, Alana Jurkic, and Paula Vasquez each helped their causes here tremendously. I think it set them up to make the Olympic team. If they did not have this meet, none of them would be making the Olympic team. They now have a good chance, and this is the reason we put this event on, give these athletes in the NatCAC region the opportunity to get to Paris.
So that will do it for our coverage here tonight of the NACAC New Life Invitational. Paul, great to have you up in the broadcast booth.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to the next meet when I'm back down on the track. But thanks for your help, and thanks for everyone that tuned in to watch this great event. And we're hoping to build it in the future, get bigger every year, and spread this track and field success throughout the Caribbean.
An excellent night of running, of jumping, of throwing. The outstanding athletes and our volunteers, all the crew that has helped put on the NACAC New Life Invitational. We thank everybody who played a part in bringing it to you here tonight, here from Nassau. For Paul Doyle, for Philippa Arnett-Willie, for our entire crew, we say good night from Nassau as the Paris Games get just a little bit closer here in a big track and field summer. Good night, everybody.